X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Show you how.
Good evening, everybody. It is so good to see all of you. Hello, hello, hello. It has been a hot minute since my last stream, and I do apologize for that. Unfortunately, yesterday I was sick, and the day before that I had an internet outage. I know that sounds like a very convenient set of excuses, but I'm not joking. I was gonna stream the last 2 days, and both days I had things come up that I just couldn't do it. Yeah, it happens. But now I'm here, and I'm glad to see all of you guys. I love seeing a bunch of you in chat with your names just scrolling right by right at the beginning. I hope you're feeling better now. I feel a lot better now. I was throwing up yesterday, and so my throat is still a little bit sore from it, but hopefully you guys don't notice that in my voice. Had to check in on you. Glad you're all right. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you guys care about me so much. Yeah, I've been all good. I guess I do just kind of like disappear off the face of the internet now that I don't have Twitter when I don't stream. Because I don't have Twitter anymore, so you guys don't even know if I'm alive. Zan, why didn't you host that guy? I hosted you and you didn't host me? What are you talking about? I always host someone at the end of stream. Payday hit Zan, been doing the 420 thing since, and I vibe with it. Hell yeah, Ethan. Ethan Wood. Not my friend Ethan, different Ethan. I'm making a Spider-Man shitpost. Spider-Man, why didn't you host that guy? What are you talking about? Is this like a reference to the new movie? I haven't seen the new Spider-Man movie. Is that a sin of me? YouTube community post? I mean, I'm okay. I'm all good. Jesus Christ, I disappear for 5 days. And you guys lose your shit. Do you guys want to see what I did in the time I was gone, though? I'm working on a project. Okay? I'm working on a project. So, I yielded recently, a couple days ago, to a few of my friends, by that I mean entire group of my friends, demands that have been going on for years now, that I try out Final Fantasy XIV. And I set out to do so. I made a character and all that good stuff, but not only that, I decided that my playing of FF14 isn't just going to be something I do in my pastime for fun. I opened up OBS, and so far, I have recorded 20 hours of gameplay. Every minute that I have spent in the game, I have recorded. And I have taken notes about what I did as I recorded it. Because I intend to make a series of videos chronicling my story, playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, while also kind of rating it, like reviewing it as I go, and on top of that, comparing it to WoW, because I'm like a big WoW person. What starting class? Lancer. And the funniest part as well is that group of friends I told you about, I didn't tell them until last night. I started the game 4 days ago now, and I started playing it, and floor tank? I don't know what that means. Stop that. Stop bullying me for my choice, okay? You're FF14 players. You're supposed to be wholesome. No, but I went ahead and I got the game, and I started playing it and leveling my character. But I specifically didn't tell my friends that play the game. I joined their server, and I even did their naming scheme. I named my character Xander Striker, and I joined the server Malboro, which is the one they're on. And I leveled up to level 30 on my Lancer, and I stand there in the middle of Limsa Laminza with my arms crossed, and I join the voice chat with my friends when I see one of the, when I see Ethan is live streaming using Discord. He's live streaming his gameplay, and he's playing Final Fantasy XIV. And so I join his Discord call, and I see he's on FF14, and he's about to queue into some kind of raid or something. I'm like, hold on, Ethan. Before you do what you're about to do, I'm really curious, because I want to compare it to WoW. What does Limsa Laminza look like on your computer with your graphics? Because I knew if I could get him to want to flex how good his computer is, I'd be able to inconspicuously get him to come to Limsa Laminza, and he did. And I recorded this, by the way. It's going to be part of the video. And I stood there in Limsa with my arms crossed, my character named Xander Striker. He has no idea I've started playing the game. Level 30, 3 days into the game. I just stand there, and he starts running around Limsa, talking about how nice it is, and I say, "Hey, Ethan, look behind you." He's like, "What? What?" That's literally the noise he made when he realized that I was standing behind him in the game. I don't think you realize with the name Xander Striker going with their naming scheme, I had to act I had to level and play the game for 3 days undercover, making sure not to run into any of them in-game, or the jig would be up, and the surprise would be spoiled. Yeah. A crap guide to FF14, tanks, healers, DPS, and melee DPS. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Isn't, like, FF14's community, like, very much not, like, toxic and focused on parsing and performing as well as possible? Like, the content's super easy in comparison to what I've experienced in WoW. I'm obviously only at level, like, 30-something, and then last night, I picked up cooking and fishing, and I started leveling cooking and fishing. I'm going to be bringing people from the WoW guild, the WoW Classic guild, over to FF14. I feel like doing a split of FF14 and WoW Classic is really good because WoW Classic is, 1, painfully slow, and 2, it just exists. Like, we're on the most populated WoW Classic servers. It's a server cluster, and everything's out. Nax is out. The whole thing is out. Everything is out there. There's no need to rush through WoW Classic leveling at this point. Like, it's also had a recent massive resurgence in popularity, so it's not like we're on, like, a tight timetable. I got fucking wasted last night. Nice minimum volts. So when it comes to the classic WoW leveling, we're not exactly on, like, a super tight timetable, me and, like, the guild. So I think I'll probably bring people over. What race did you pick in FF14? You'll have to watch the video and find out. Bunny girl? No, I did not make a bunny girl. You can't make a bunny girl on a free account. I made a male Mikate. I made a catboy. You want to see my catboy, chat? Hold on. I'll show you guys my epic legendary catboy lancer, warrior of light. Let me see if I can find my character creation. There it is. Here's... The gear is pretty garbo here in this clip. But here you go. That's him. Yeah, you can play, like, very far into FF14 for free. And that's part of the video, is that I'm going to get to the point where I can't play for free anymore, and that's when I'm going to pay for it, but I want to be able to say, like, and everything up to this point has been free. Zan is dating Keffels confirmed. I've been turned into a catboy, you're right. You fucking got, yeah. Catboy Ranch, the propaganda worked. The Keffels propaganda has fucking worked. I've been made into a catboy. It happened. The Keffels propaganda got to me. The Chuds were right. She groomed me. No, but pretty much everybody in the guild that I am in, or I guess it's called a free company in FF14, everybody has the last name Striker, which I'll get rid of my camera so you can see. They have the last name Striker, and pretty much everybody is either an Elezen, a Mikute, which is the most popular race in the free company, or a, what are the bunny people called? A bunny. Bunny person. Pretty much, like, elves, mostly cat boys and cat girls, a few Viera, and some elves. That's the, yeah, Viera is what they're called. Yeah. Anyway, I basically told my friend group when I was like, hey, I'm gonna bring my fan base in to join this grand company and everything. He was like, how many people do you think will join? And I was like, well... I got a whole lot of trans people in my community, so possibly hundreds. What can I say? It's just, of all the games that are in the MMORPG genre, FF14 is the trans one. It is. All the trans people are on FF14. Or WoW Classic. It's either WoW Classic or FF14. That's where all the trans people are. Yeah, Morgan Grail, if you're trans and you got on FF14 right now, you would, like, instantly know your rotation. That's just how it works. Like, you, by default, you can heal in FF14. Being trans has just gifted you, by default, with that skill. Like, if you get on FF14 right now, it doesn't matter if you're trans and you get on FF14 and you, like, play a white mage or something, you will intrinsically know the rotation. It's just genetic. I didn't make the rules. I'm just stating, like, a basic fact. You gotta wait for your gaming laptop to be fixed to join FF14? Oh, that's rough. MMO phrenology? Yeah, a rotation is basically the, like, what button or what abilities you use in a sequence in your fighting. My name no longer has an X. Oh. Well, welcome to just being Beta Leafy, Beta Leafy. My trans game has been Bit Burner the last few days. Very nice. Looking at classes right now, I might give it a try. Here's what FF14 does that's, like, goated as hell. And if you guys want, I am down to stream some FF14 tonight. Like, if you guys want me to, after segments, I'm down to, while recording my footage of the game, I'm down to stream it for a little while. Yo, have you seen my FF14 character? Yeah, we've played it before together, Balth. Like, when I briefly tried the game at one point, I don't even remember much of it, but I remember me and Balth briefly, like, running around, but I didn't get very far, and I didn't do very much, and I had no idea what I was doing. So, I hardly even remember that, or even consider that a sincere attempt at the game. So now I consider this to be, like, my actual first attempt. Because the first time I was just trying it to, like, heat a friend, like, wanting me to play it, you know? I was doing it because Balth and Ethan, they wanted me to try the game. And I didn't get very far. I got, like, a few levels in. But this is my first, like, legit, like, I literally leveled solo with nothing but my own motivation to do so, reading all the quest text and everything, all the dialogue text lines and everything for all the quests, for 20 hours for 30 levels as a Lancer solo. So this is my legit shit. I would love for you to see my character. I'm a Keeper of the Moon. Nice. Wait, I can fish? Dog, fishing in FF14. Okay, I have to... So the way that FF14 does classes and professions is that they're the same thing. In FF14, there's not classes and professions, there's just jobs. If you're a Lancer, that's your job. And when and how you become a Lancer is by equipping a halberd or a spear-type weapon. Equipping it switches you to that class. And you have specific saved gear sets that you can immediately equip upon switching to that class. And you can play every class in the game and every profession in the game. And they all level up like a class. And so, for example, cooking is like combat in this game. I got cooking last night, and it's insane. You have to, like, literally you have a rotation on your hotbar of different abilities you use while cooking, and it's a mini game to maximize quality with your stamina and the durability of the item, and then also, like, literally a literal combat type rotation for cooking. I haven't even gotten into any of the other professions, but you literally have to switch to a fishing rod, and that changes your job into fisherman. And you have whole gear that you specifically equip and have a setup for that specifically boosts your fisherman stats. And then you switch to your Lancer, and that's all your Lancer gear that you have saved as like a gear set. It's really cool, and I'll show it off when we play. All the crafting is like that, yeah. And I haven't even touched any other Disciples of the Land jobs. I've only done fishing, which is at like level 10, cooking, which is at like level 15, and Lancer, which is at like level 32 right now. Those are what I have so far. All caught on video, like all of it recorded, and all of it going to be part of my my video that I'm working on. Zan, what data center you're on? Primal, Crystal, or Aether? I believe it's the Crystal data center, but I know for a fact it's Malboro is the name of the shard. I'm on Malboro. And my username is Xander Striker. So definitely add me as a friend. I'll probably accept your friend request unless you seem sussy. My next video, because I've already got all of the video recorded for the first video I want to do. Now I'm working on recording the footage for the second video. And the second one, I want to focus a large part on social interaction and professions. And so I need some people to take me to where the D-Gen Catgirl brothels are. And I need to get some good fucking meme footage for the video. I cannot get more than, like, 2 videos into that series without going to a Catgirl brothel and having some funny interactions. What my friends do is they go somewhere, like to a player housing type place that's like a restaurant. And one time they asked for gorilla-style eggs. They just made it up on the spot. And the random, like, Vieira that was serving them was like, what? And they were just like, we want gorilla-style eggs. Now, bring us gorilla-style eggs. And they kept demanding of this random Vieira bunny girl to bring them gorilla-style eggs. And she didn't understand what they were asking for. And eventually, they managed to get her onto Discord. And here's the mind-blowing thing about FF14. If you see, like, a bunny girl or a cat girl in FF14, they're probably an actual girl. It's probably not a guy playing a female character or, like, well, there's a good chance it's that. Or someone, like, trolling. Of all video games with and MMOs that are multiplayer, you will find the most women actually playing the game as women in FF14. And they will be wearing, like, hot slut mogs, too. If you play FF14 or WoW, you know what a slut mog is. But yeah, they will be wearing a hot slut mog, playing as a girl in FF14. You'll be like, oh, that's a dude, right? You get him on Discord. No, it's a girl. Yeah, no, it's real. I dressed reasonably. During the day, when around the Aetheryte and Limsa Laminza, you dress reasonably. God knows what you're getting up to at night in the fucking lavender beds or the housing area of Limsa, okay? You know, who knows what you're getting up to? Yeah, I'm FF14 slut-shaming right now. Dog Limsa isn't reasonable. As a keeper of the moon, I caterwaul at 3 a.m. How do you misspell Eorzea like that, Olivia the OK? What server are you on again? Marlboro. It's the one that sounds like Marlboro, like the cigarette brand. Lol, you caught me. I have a... something I can't read. Wait, you have a what? Why can I not read that? I wish... God, I hate that YouTube added this new emoji update where it, like, shows an emoji, like, option button over the chat, because now I can't read people's most recent message. Lol, you've caught me. I have a bad hooker problem in my housing server. What the fuck? Dude, I swear to God, it's a lot like VR chat, okay? Oh yeah, today is Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, chat. Dude, FF14 is not too dissimilar to VR chat in that way. There's some real degenerate nightlife that happens on the server, for sure. And I'm on one of the bigger, like, more packed servers. When I join, like, at noon, there's a 24-person queue just to get on. FF14 sex work is based, Zan? I saw... There's a really good content creator who makes FF14 content named Pint. And they made a video. And it's like, oh, look over there, the 2 cat girls. They're taking a picture together in the middle of Limsa. And the other person's like, wait, what's the carbuncle for? And it just cuts to the little carbuncle pet sitting there, like, its natural state is, like, shivering, so it looks terrified. You should go go-karting, Zan. Wait, there's go-karting in FF14? Dog, do not make me forgo segments and boot up FF14 right now to start streaming it, okay? I know you trans girls in my chat would absolutely stick around and watch me play FF14, but I have to get segments done. No chocobo racing? Ah. I was talking about IRL. Ah. Why the fuck would you recommend things to do IRL? What server is that? Zan, when's the last time you got laid? I don't want to talk about it. Zan, have you been to the casino? No, I haven't. I'm level 32. I'm literally just in Lominza, cooking and fishing right now. Is literally what I've been doing between like because I just got the soul of the dragoon, so I'm now a dragoon. I'm a dragooner now, and I plan to make the second video. I'm gonna name it The Tale of the Dragooner, and it's gonna involve going to the ERP clubs and doing some funny interactions there for the video. That's the gooner part of the title, but also it's gonna be about my progression forward as a dragoon. Apparently the dragoon storyline in Heavensward is very good, so I'm up for some a drag gooner. Oh no. So yeah, I should be in for like quite the treat when it comes to Heavensward. Yeah, people seem to be talking that up a lot. No spoilers, please. I'm completely blind on this game. I literally don't know jack shit about anything, okay? And I'm like really dedicating myself to following the story, okay? Like I literally I'm reading every bit of dialogue. Like when I do, especially in the MSQ, not only am I reading over the dialogue, by the way, but because I'm making a video, I'm taking notes. I take notes of every quest that I do, what I did during the quest, and why I was doing the quest, like the lore reason for why, because that's relevant to like narrative for the video, right? So like I'm committing this early game story shit in Realm Reborn to heart, because apparently things get way better after Realm Reborn, but if you like really like take in the early game story, you'll appreciate the later game more, so I'm taking it slow. Zan, you said you were almost done with the free trial? No, I'm not. Wait, what? I didn't say I was almost done with the free trial. What do you mean? I said when I'm done with the free trial, I'll be able to say, everything I've done up to this point, I haven't even had to pay a dime for. You get Heavensward with the free trial, right? No, you aren't. The trial is to level 16, includes the first expansion. Yeah, I know. I didn't say I was almost done. I am nowhere near done with the free trial. The free trial for FF14 is actually insane and a massive steal. Like, the free trial for FF14 has more content in it than what you would have to pay $75 to get in WoW right now. I love WoW. I love Dragonflight. I love Classic. But if you want, you have to pay $75 if you're just a brand new player to get into WoW retail. That's $15 for your monthly sub, and then $60 for the new expansion. For free, you get way more content than that with the FF14 free trial. Just downloading the game and logging in, making your character, and playing until it says you've reached the end of the free trial, you'll get several times over the amount of playtime, content, and enjoyment that you will get out of paying $75 for the newest WoW expansion. I love the new WoW expansion, and I want to be a WoW shill, but I also have to be honest, and I don't want people to waste their money. That's just the reality of it. Your computer just killed itself? No, Njord, no! Yeah, it's the meme, Maddie Kitten. Since you're playing the big MMOs, are you going to give Guild Wars 2 a try? It's a free to the level cap. Hold on. Who said I was playing the big MMOs? I'm not playing the big MMOs. I'm not an MMO guy, okay? I've always liked WoW as my MMO, and I want WoW to succeed, and I'm trying out FF14 because right now, FF14 is in the state that WoW was in when it first ever launched. FF14 is currently like the big hype MMO that everybody's playing. It's a huge online sensation, and at the very least, I don't want to feel the FOMO, you know? I want to be able to say that I was involved. I played FF14 back during its massive peak, in the day. No MMO lasts forever. Eventually it'll die, you know, in comparison to how it is now. But I want to be able to say that I was part of it during its peak. Very much like how I did play Classic WoW very briefly on my uncle's computer during vanilla, and I can say that I did. Way back in 2005. I made a lot of gil on sex work. Holy shit, I just realized there is a non-zero amount of people in chat who are probably literally like actual sex workers in FF14. This is Balth's character, guys. Very nice. Very nice. I like your big glowy axe. I'm sure that's hard to get and is an accomplishment that when I get later into the game, I'll be able to go, whoa. Is that a fucking furry? Yeah, Balth is a furry. And you know, being friends with a furry has not made me hate furries any less. You guys can never say that I'm intolerant, okay? Balth is both a Canadian and a furry, and I still tolerate them. And I'm still friends with them, okay? That is how you know that I am an open-minded person. I'm just joking, Balth. You're awesome. Also, I ain't no furry. I just want to be a big... No, Balth, you're a furry. Don't bullshit me. You're a furry. But you are based. A majority of your YouTube chat is Canadian? Bro, it's wild how many Canadians watch me. It's crazy. Like, I think it's Canadians and Australians that watch me the most, outside of Americans. Hey, I'm Canadian, you're also a MILF, so that obviously negates the Canadian. Unlucky, Zan? Yeah. Oh yeah, Keffels is also Canadian technically, but now she lives in Ireland and her name is Keffels, so she's Irelandish now? She's Irish now. Canadians are weird. Amazing quote, by the way. I'm glad I moved further south away from them. Good idea, yeah. You want to be as far from Canada as possible. Did I just join a furry slander stream? Yeah, I probably don't want to slander furries around FF14 players. I will say, though, something I've been trying to do more often lately when it comes to MMOs and RPG games in particular is trying to not play a human guy as much. You know? I play a Tauren in WoW Classic, which is like one of the most monstrous, you know, monstrous races in WoW. Like, it's the furthest from human that you can really get, I think, in WoW. And that's pretty, like... roleplay, you know, it's kind of like entering, yeah, cow person, right? Like pretty far from human, I would say. So not a human guy. And then with FF14, I went with the Catboy. I was very tempted to go here just to maintain my like WoW-brained, human guy mindset. But I went ahead and I decided to be a little bit like creative, do something special, take a bit of a risk, and I made a Catboy. And I was actually, my friends told me, it's apparently really hard to make a masculine-looking Mikute male, and I actually pulled it off. So I'm happy about that. I was worried about my Mikute character just ending up being like a frail little femboy. Because at that point, there was just going to be non-stop jokes in all the comments about people wanting to fuck my character, and that's not okay. You're not allowed to sexually harass my character, chat. Hey, Zan, I'm still gay for you, just so you know. Thank you, I appreciate you reminding me of that, Pungle Wongle. I get a lot of messages of people letting me know that they're gay for me. The testosterone flows too hard in Zan's blood for him to make a femme character. Oh yeah, I'll never play a female character. No. You guys would just... the amount... You guys... If I had made a cat or bunny girl character, the reaction from you guys in chat... You guys would have never let me live it down. It would have been fucking over. The egg comments, the fucking memes and the jokes and the fucking it would never end. I would never hear the end of it. That's so straight, holy fuck. I will never make a female character, I'm sorry. Okay, but Samus, though? Well, I mean, if you play as a female character in a game, that's fine, but I'll never make a female character because then I am ceding ground to the annoying people in the chat that insist that I'm trans. You guys know you've been saying this for like 4 years now? Like, don't you guys think if it was the case, I would have, you know, figured it out by now? Are you logged in? No, I'm not currently online. No, we're not doing FF14 right now. You guys got me stun locked on it. You guys got me FF14 stun locked, so much so that my nose is itching apparently. But we're not doing FF14 right now. After segments though, we very well might stream some FF14. Hello from President Sunday's stream. Tell President Sunday I said hi. I don't think Zan is trans. Well, I'm not. But I will say, and this is what I think is probably one of the best ways for cis people to empathize with trans people and how they feel. It's easy to, like, understand what trans people are going through, but it's harder to empathize with what trans people are going through, if that makes sense. Or I guess I don't know. My point is, if you're a cis person, and if you're cis, you probably like the gender you were assigned at birth. I like the gender I was assigned at birth. I like being a guy. I, in many cases, enjoy a lot of these societal expectations that are put on me as a guy. There's a certain level of happiness I feel when I meet the societal expectation of masculinity. It feels validating, much in the same way that I think trans people feel validated when they meet a certain societal expectation for the gender identity they identify with. And I think that is a fraction of what trans people feel when they are validated. But not only that, I imagine a scenario in which I woke up in the body of a cis woman. Seriously, I think about it. Not like the jokes, like, I would grab the titty, like dude bro jokes. No, I actually philosophically, like, legitimately think about that. And I think about how quickly I would spiral into a panic attack. Like, legitimately, how quickly I would spiral into a fucking panic attack at the realization that I am not in the body that I am attached to, that I am comfortable with, that I like, that I am no longer the sex or the gender in terms of expression at that point that I like, that I have become very comfortable with, I guess you could say, and that I feel quite attached to, that I feel is a part of me as a person. I would feel very out of the I would feel in the wrong body. That is the best way to put it. I would feel like I am in the wrong body. And it would be very, very distressing. And that is how I think a lot of trans people feel. But I also think it's a very good way of knowing whether or not you are trans. If you imagine yourself, like, for good and long you think about it, in the body of you know, the opposite sex, and that brings panic and like, ooh, I don't want that. Ooh, no. That would actively make me feel dysphoric, or what I imagine dysphoria would feel like, then yeah, you're probably cis. And it'll also allow you to empathize with trans people more, which I think is important. If you'd be okay with that, then you might be trans, or, you know, non-binary, which is also trans, but kind of a different kind of trans. I also thought this was weird reasoning, then I realized that you... yeah, there are people in chat who think that, like, what I'm saying makes no sense, but then they found out they're trans. If you're cis, this makes complete sense, but, you know, if you're trans, then my thought process here will absolutely not resonate with you, because you'll think of yourself in the body of the opposite sex and be like, oh, this isn't so bad. And that might just be your egg cracking. I like being a woman. As a cis woman, I feel comfortable being a woman. Obviously, I don't like patriarchal norms and laws, but that's a separate issue. Yeah, they're like it's the same idea as, like, we obviously know that there is more to the attachment to your gender beyond just it being made up and taught to you. There has to be. The fact that when meeting certain gender expectations, trans people feel like a lightening of their mental of their like bad mental health, like if they have something wrong with their mental health, like they have dysphoria, that gets lightened by certain like social expectations being met, tells me that there is something maybe a little deeper to certain gender norms than just social construction, but they are still socially constructed. I think that like the idea, the vibes of gender might be something a little bit inherent to sex, and trans people like embody that for the gender they identify with, if that makes sense as well. It's hard to explain and put into words, but I think there's something about what we consider to be gender that is more akin to what we would consider sex. If we wanted to break down gender and sex with what is inherent to humans and their psychology and their biology, and what did we make up? What do we impose on people? I think you're underestimating how strongly influenced an environment is. I may be. That's true, but we literally can never know. I don't know, and you don't know. And the reason for that is we can only ever guess, because the only ways to actually test this are extremely, unethical. You just can't, you wouldn't be able to get it, like, ethically passed. There are studies that have been done, for example, to test whether or not babies have morality, and whether or not they like or dislike racism. And they found that overwhelmingly, babies and nonverbal toddlers don't like racism. They don't like people who are mean. They're put off by it, even though they have no ability to, like, construct that. Like, when a baby sees someone being, like, mean to someone just because they look different, they don't like it. They have, like, a reaction, even though they're nonverbal, a reaction of not liking that. And that's despite the fact that babies are also psychopaths. But aside from that, I think it's important to remember that we literally can never know, because we can never test it. The only way to find out exactly how much of all of the things that we consider maybe they're socially constructed, maybe they're biological, the only way to know would be to take a shit ton of babies, isolate them while they grow up, like literally put them in padded rooms and isolate them and have them be fed from like a tray that comes out of the floor, and like see what happens. Like, literally some Vault Tech bullshit you would have to pull to, like, see what kind of human is created from a lack of social stimuli influencing them. What kind of gender do they develop for themselves? What consistent through lines do we see? Yeah, there's a reason these experiments are illegal and we'll never know the answer to these questions. We can only guess, but yeah, that's how we'd have to figure it out, and that's why we'll never know. Because this is not an ethical experiment to run. They did those, actually. Certainly not to a degree of ethical, or to a degree of scientific standard, or to a large enough sample group to actually determine anything that would actually be valuable. The kids were like feral. Yeah, I have a feeling that the psychological effects that's gonna have are gonna override the ability to like examine their like gender or whatever. It's very possible that that just turns you into a wild animal, and you just turn into a feral wild animal with no like semblance of human social behavior, much like a dog or something, you know? Like, do like female and male dogs really act all that differently outside of like maybe male dogs will be more aggressive for like hormonal reasons? Like, not really. They're just kind of animals, and they don't really they have personalities that are based on like animal to animal, but their personalities are rarely ever based on their sex. Like I've never known a certain type of dog to have a consistent through line because of like what sex they are, right? And I think that could end up being the case for humans. Maybe humans naturally, without language or society and social stigma and social expectations, maybe we just kind of devolve into wild animals with absolutely no distinction in terms of behavior between males and females, other than like who fucks who. In many cases, that won't even matter because we know that homosexuality is innate in nature. In the end, we all have that dog in us. Sea penguins. It's true, Zan. My dog is a lesbian. There are gay animals. Yeah, it's true. Like, it's real. There are gay animals. It's 100% real. And conservatives used to argue for a really long time that it wasn't. But then, like, videos from wildlife photographers started to come out of things such as, like, lions fucking the shit out of each other. Like, gay lions and stuff. And then chuds were like, fuck. And now they've had to, like, yeah, then you've got, like, your Alex Jones types who are like, they're putting chemicals in the water, they're turning the friggin' frogs gay. And so it's, like, the idea that it's, you know, human intervention making them gay or something. Oh. I love sipping my water and the cap still being on. Really quickly, before we play not before we play FF14, we'll be doing that later in the stream. I'll stream some FF14 today. Before we do any segments, thanks YouTube, I'm going to put on a YouTube video very briefly. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's not long, but it's 17 minutes long, so it's like too much to put before segments. But it's an FF14 video by one of my favorite Final Fantasy 14 content creators. Who used to do a lot of WoW content as well, and it's kind of I think it'll be a good pitch to people who really haven't played the game before, who are watching, because you should join me in FF14. You should join, and make sure your last name is Striker if you're making a new character.
The thing with Final Fantasy, it lets you play however you darn want. Look at this guy. During the day, he's like, oh, but at night he's like, there are many things to do in this game, but I am the best at all of them. But today I will attempt my hardest challenge yet. I will talk to other people and meet every kind of Final Fantasy player.
Social interaction? You can't make me.
Oh look, it's our first subject. Look at him, just fucking standing there. This is a sprout. So fresh, so malleable. Oh, they are cute. They're dangerous. And who knows where they'll be a year from now. But sprouts are the lifeblood of this game. Players worship them like a sacred animal. And for what? Just because they are new? Despite the chaos that sprouts may bring, players believe that treating a sprout well is the only way for the game to grow. So you have to get sprouts hooked. Make it so they won't and can't leave.
Bro, when you have that sprout next to your name in this game, which it means you're a new player, and you have that thing next to you for a long time, you have to play for like hundreds of hours before you're not considered a new player anymore. Like hundreds, sometimes thousands, depending on how much you take your time and just enjoy the ride, which I recommend you do, by the way. People will literally just treat you... Yeah, you can... The character customization in this game is crazy. There's boob sliders. This game has boob sliders in the character creation. Enough said. This game has boob sliders. I think there's ass sliders too. Like, I think you can also do a thickness slider. So you can have, like, your like, very frail, thin cat girl, your, like, middle-of-the-line cat girl, or your, like, thick, dumpy, busty cat girl, or anything in between. Strong argument? Very strong argument. Dog, if you go into the capital, you're gonna see when I go to the capital city, like, you know, if you gave me eye tracking software while walking through a capital city, it's just my eyes darting from ass to cleavage to cleavage to ass to cleavage to cleavage of random, like, people's characters dressed in slutmog as I'm running through the city. Like, if you give me eye tracking, you will just see the fastest eye movement you've ever seen, just darting between, like, tits and asses. Okay, it's actually pretty shameless, and the amount of, like, horniness you get exposed to through this game is insane. Yeah, maybe I should try to get Vosh and Keffels and Demon Mama into this game. Try to get them into FF14. I feel like I could. Your eyes are working overtime to look at the boobs. Nah, it's just a natural reflex, dog. I don't have to try. It is a natural reflex that I have to fight if I don't want it to happen, okay?
And then maybe they'll treat others well. And the wholesome circle of life.
Fair warning, though. Female Lalafell players are either pedophiles or funny people like this person. They're either really funny people doing it ironically or pedophiles. There's no in between. Be very careful when it comes to female Lalafell players. It's a hard 50-50. That's right. Hard 50-50.
Life will be complete. While you get to watch. Gather round. This is the best part of Sprouts.
You can absorb the second-hand feeling of what it's like to be young again, when everything was new in those bygone days.
Before you became old and repulsive. But on the bright side, there is plenty of fresh meat to siphon. But perhaps I am being a bit harsh on Sprouts. I myself am new here. Yes, I have been a Sprout for 11 months. That's not a joke, that's real. We Sprouts have a way of spreading joy.
We are so full of overwhelming optimism, so enchanted by the new experience of running Praetorium, looking up to endgame players as if they're icons or deities.
Wow, that's so cool. How do you get that armor? Wow. I hope I can be like that someday.
Oh my god, he thinks my armor is cool.
True.
And
Happens
maybe
in WoW.
that's why people like Sprouts so much. Through a Sprout, one can see the world with a fresh, positive eye. Through a Sprout, one can relive their favorite moments.
Or you could see their favorite character fucking die.
And after all, Sprouts need your help.
That was a bit spoilery. I think I know who that was, too.
Hey, have you done this before? No. Have you? No. But before you go rushing to help, be warned. There is a dark side to certain Sprouts. Okay, listen, you have to.
This is what I'm not doing.
Hey, no, wait, no. I just love the story so much, and he's missing it.
Dude, FF14 players will literally go feral if they see you skipping cutscenes. If you play FF14 and you have friends who play FF14 and you let them see you playing it and you skip cutscenes or dialogue, do not let them see it. They will lose their fucking shit at you. The story in this game? Yeah, no skippers. The story of this game is said to be, like, absurdly good. Like, over-the-top, insanely, absurdly good. And, the first expansion, from my understanding, is very comparatively low budget and not as good compared to like going onward. Heavensward is when like there's just a massive budget jump and everything starts getting better. Realm Reborn, what you start with, like when you start out, is still really good, but apparently it's like you're playing and it's good, but then it starts becoming like really great out of nowhere. Apparently, when you get to the next expansion. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. If it's so good, where's FF14 too? I think there's another expansion that's supposed to come in like a year or something. I've seen the opposite in my experience. The FF14 players I know skip everything they can. Well, it depends on whether or not they've done the content before, right? But the people that I know, they do not skip the story. Holy shit, no.
All of it. Oh, he may not care now, but he will.
In Heavensward? Wait, why do you even care so much?
Most other games would neglect their stories, treating them as afterthoughts to the gameplay. But in Final Fantasy 14,
The story is the game. Notions of rushing to the end are gone.
content you would usually overlook now has purpose and value.
There is so much optional side content that I usually wouldn't give a fuck about.
But because of the story, my fucks are plentiful.
But the story is more than just the words on a screen or the pages in a book. It's the world, the music, the friends you make along the way that all
Wow.
combine like a beautiful symphony.
Whoa.
And that is the most
Wow.
important part. Because what good is a story experienced alone? So this fucking thing is my best friend.
All right. I'll leave the rest of the video for you guys to watch because I've been watching this for a while now. But this fucking channel is great, and this video is fantastic. Nanamo. Yeah, isn't she the Sultanate of fucking Ul'dah? I haven't gotten very far in the story yet. I've only seen her once. Yeah. Yeah, Ul'dah's nice. The music goes so fucking hard. Oh my god. Have you guys heard? Who hasn't heard the Ul'dah music? Oh my god. It goes so hard. Hold on. Ul'dah music. Xanderhall, because I'm the member of the Immortal Flames. I am with the Maelstrom. I went with the Limsa Laminza people. Sorry. This is the night theme, which is the best one. Sorry. I don't make the rules. Is this it? I can't find it. You know the track I'm talking about. You know the one. You know the one. It's the one that when it starts playing and you're in Ul'dah, you start humming it. You exactly know the one. Yeah. Yeah, I listen, okay? You knew of you knew which company, which guild I was going to join based off the leaders. Okay? You've got like Elf Queen Lady that looks 16 years old but sounds like she's 50. You've got like little like 2 foot tall Lalafell lady who runs Ul'dah. And then you have the 7 foot tall busty Welsh pirate lady who has a gun on her hip. Which one did you think I was going to pick without a second thought? I picked the big, busty, 7 foot tall pirate lady with the Welsh name. Her name's like Merlwib Blowfishwin. I know it's not pronounced blowfish in like the proper Welsh pronunciation, but the hilarious thing is that it's spelled blowfish. And she's a pirate. It's just funny. Listen, one of the guild leaders, you know, we had to go with the right one. All right. It is time to read some donos and start the segments, okay? Yeah, Giant Woman. Had to pick Giant Woman. Black Rose Jaden, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that, friend. Said, it's been a hell of a few days, so thanks for streaming so I can relax and chill. I'm glad to hear you're finally getting to relax and just relax a little bit. You know, I hope you have some weed to help you chill. And, yeah, I'll be live for a little while, so I hope you enjoy. Dr. Jagi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that as well. Thank you for the $5. Didn't even say anything. Very based. Minus, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Said, my white name is now dead. Hey, Zan, you've gotten me hooked on Hightail. Yeah. You guys don't even know. Like, when Hightail comes out, you're not going to hear about it from me. That's the thing. Hightail is going to be, like, the biggest game in the world for a while when it drops. This is inevitable. It just is going to be that. It is the most viewed unreleased game trailer of all time for its trailer. And it is probably the most anticipated game in the world at this point. It's just very quietly anticipated because it's been, you know, announced a long time ago. Though I can say, knowing what's going on with the development, not that I have, like, super behind-the-scenes info or anything, it's just, like, I occasionally have talked to some of the devs. Things are going smoothly with development. The resources that Riot has been able to give them, which by resources I mean shit fucking tons of money, and thankfully creative freedom, has meant that they've been able to expand the scope of the game a lot. Like, they've been able to make the game a lot bigger than it was originally going to be, and a lot deeper than it was going to be. And that's involved them, and that's what a big part of the delay has been, because it got delayed like a year ago. A big part of the delay was, we have so much money and resources now, let's hire more people and make the game better. And that's what they did. They went from, like, when they announced the game, there were maybe 12 people working on it, maybe a little less, to when they announced the delay, they had maybe 60 people working on it. Today, they have over 100 people working on the game. A really big, nice studio in Northern Ireland, I believe. And it's just... it's going well. Things are going very well. It sucks that we have to wait, but the reason why we're waiting is because, well, they have the freedom to just work on the game until it is ready to come out. And it sucks to have to wait for games to come out, I know, but they're not releasing a buggy, unfinished mess, or a product that doesn't meet expectations. And they have the freedom and the resources to spend as much time as it takes to deliver the product they promised, and that's what they're doing. I play Star Citizen, waiting is nothing new here. Yeah, but I would say the big difference is that nobody has had to pay a single penny for Hightail other than Riot and the shareholders that are like big CEO billionaires. And there's no like early access to Hightail. There's no paid beta or paid alpha for Hightail. The game releases when it releases, and it very well may be free to play. There's some evidence suggesting it may be free to play, which will be good for the game. Believe me, like the way they'll probably monetize it will be probably not too dissimilar to the way Fortnite does it. Because Fortnite allows content creators who make maps and stuff to monetize it. And there are people, I know people whose job is making Fortnite maps. Like Fortnite custom maps. I know people and that is their job. And they do that. And they make decent money. And that's their job. And so I have no doubt that Hightail will probably employ a similar system to that allows mod creators, because the game has built-in mod coding and real-time in-game scripting, that when you make mods, you will be able to monetize the mods, but not in a way that requires players to pay money, if that makes sense. Yeah, they've already shown off the game will have built-in modding and coding and live scripting, so that's pretty awesome. The live scripting is insane. Like, literally you have, like, a window open on the side of your screen, you type some shit in there, and the changes are made in the game in real time while you're playing it. Kind of like Steam Workshop, yeah. That's so cool, what the fuck? Yeah. Hytale's dope. Is it ever coming out? Yes. Yes, it is. In fact, they recently had a big get-together at the Riot, like, headquarters in LA, I think. That was literally centered around, like, Riot as a company celebrating the Hytale team's continued development of the game. Like, Riot hasn't done a bunch of marketing for the game yet because it's not ready for marketing yet. You don't want to hype people up for a game that's not ready to come out yet. But when it is about to come out, you are not going to be able to hear the end of it. You don't hear, you don't miss, you don't not hear about a new game coming out that Riot is publishing. You hear about it. Riot advertises that shit. You're going to hear about Hytale, and it's going to be everywhere. Everyone's going to be playing it. Your friends are going to be playing it. Your favorite streamers are going to be playing it. Your favorite YouTubers are going to be playing it. And then eventually, probably early on, because the game's going to look so fucking cool, you'll be playing it. Any other non-gamers in the Xanderhall community? I know I'm in the minority, obviously, but am I in a super minority of this community? No, you're actually not really in a minority of the community. The gamers in chat are just particularly loud about it, because gamers are passionate about video games, but a lot of my fans don't play games. Like, a lot of my fans are not gamers at all. I make political content, not gaming content, so that attracts a very different audience, but a fair amount of young, politically engaged people play video games. It's just because video games are such a massive industry, you know? I think video games are the largest entertainment industry in the world right now. I think video games have dwarfed the movie market. So yeah, it's just by like the statistics of like how many people are playing games, you're going to have a high likelihood of like a non-gaming content creator having a fair amount of gamers in their audience, because there's just so many gamers. Lowercase g gamers, not capital G gamers, of course. I wouldn't call you guys that kind of gamer. Anyway, thank you for the support, Minus. Nasdaq, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Says, is your group on console or PC? PC? What? 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 Dog. PC. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Jade Monkey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you as well. Thank you for the $5. Said, I am a Christian mom against sexy FF14 cat boys. Well, I'm sorry, but I am a sexy FF14 cat boy now, and you're gonna have to accept that. Ree! That's my favorite emote. I will always love the re emote. I literally say re when I'm mad. I literally will say re. Like it's just the most versatile, OG, classic, go-to emote. Re never gets old. And you know what it sounds like too. Like you know what re sounds like? Because it's the frog, right? Hold on. It sounds something like this. Some variation of this. I want one so bad. I want one so fucking bad. I don't think you understand how badly I want a frog that literally rees. I literally just want a frog that I can take out when I have a streamer friend over. And say, hey look, it's our fans. And then tap the frog and make it re. Just for that one joke. I just want the frog for that. Yeah, that frog just frogged so hard. There's other reeing frogs, too. That's not the only kind that does it. This is a compilation, I think. Look at that thing. How is that even a frog?
Here, let's go. Wow! Wow!
This one terrifies me. I love how YouTube just has compilations of frogs doing this. Because it's the internet, and that's what the internet's for.
Okay. This is the biggest frog caught out of the little salmon. And he's mad.
Ha! It tried to bite his shoe! So, now you guys see why I don't pay any mind to the people who say the re-emote is ableist and refers to, like the autistic screeching meme, because it doesn't. It refers to that. It refers to frogs doing that when they're mad. And Pepe is a frog, and so he rees. Why are frogs like this? Use your words. Very well spoken. Huh? How would it be ableist? Because, like, woke scolds try to say the re-emote is a reference to the autistic screeching meme? I thought it was a Dio reference? I don't fucking know, dude. Alright. Chat! It is time for me to update the Dono goal, because we've raised a lovely $25 so far. Thank you for the support, and you should leave a like on the stream if you want to continue to support the stream. It's completely free, and it really does help out a lot, seriously. It actually forces YouTube to send more people to my content. Hassan is going to accuse Zan of copying his Hogwatch segments? What? What's a Hogwatch? I literally don't watch Hassan. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I legit just don't watch Hassan. Last time I saw him doing Russia Apologia, I was just like, bruh, I can't watch this guy anymore. I really don't like Hassan after his, like, really shitty takes with Ukraine and Russia. Like, there's just, like, the fact that he was even capable of having such bad takes is such a, like, red flag, in more ways than one, by the way, that, I just, it's immediately, like, no. Like, I'm sorry, but let me walk you guys through the retarded Russian apologist line of rhetoric for a minute, okay? First, it was the fact that literally back in 2013, I think, might have been 2014, I might have it mixed up, Russia literally annexed Crimea, okay? Now, that was an act of aggression against Ukraine. That's indisputable. But Russian Russian water carriers, Russian shills, basically managed to sort of make it so that that was seen as like a neutral act. I mean, a lot of Crimean people, the people in Crimea, they wanted to be, you know, part of Russia. They were more favorable to being part of Russia. So, you know, they had more general support. So it wasn't that bad, right? And so that was just kind of like forgotten. That was just kind of pushed to the wayside. People didn't really care about it, right? The Russian simps managed to get that passed, right? But then, Putin started sending troops, vehicles, medical tents, and most importantly, blood bags to the border of Russia and Ukraine. The reason, and everybody who knows what the fuck they're talking about immediately knew, yep, Russia's about to invade eastern Ukraine. That's what's going to happen. Like, obviously, that's what's about to happen. And the Russians, like, sympathizing people, and the shills started saying, no, they're not preparing for war. It's just trainings. They're just doing trainings. No, that's not what's happening. That's not what they're doing. It's just trainings. Even though, like, the blood bags literally go bad in weeks, and they're shipping out, like, gallons and gallons and gallons of blood for immediate medical use. Obviously for an invasion. And it's like, so they start, like, talking down that. And Hassan was one of the people who was saying, no, dude, Russia's not going to invade, dude. It's just war hawkish establishment Democrat talking points, dude. The Democrats just want to go to war with Russia so bad, dude. The Democrats just want war with Russia so bad, dude. Oh my God. What is this narrative that Russia, it's just the Democrats want to go to war with Russia so bad, dude. And then after that, Russia invades. And they just right off the bat, Russia's committing war crimes. Literally right off the bat. Day one, Russia is committing war crimes in their invasion of Ukraine. We covered it live. I wasn't there, but I was there in, like, the abstract sense, okay? Like, I remember how the events unfolded, okay? Day one of the invasion, Russia was committing war crimes. And then they committed to do more war crimes. They committed another war crime recently against a friend of mine, who I'm going to have on stream next week. Dylan Burns, who is on the ground in Kherson, covering what's going on. Very close to the front line, by the way. Dangerously close to the front line, but nonetheless. With a group of press. Ended up almost getting shelled by the Russians. One of the people who he was with did get hit. And thank God survived. But Dylan very nearly could have died. He caught it on video, and it's on his Twitter if you want to go and see it. And I'm going to have him on stream next week to talk about it. And, like, break down both what's happening in Russia, what he's seen, the war crimes he's witnessed, and was nearly a victim of. Yeah. And of course, then you've got people like Hassan who continue to make excuses for Russia because they have to hate the Democrats. They have to hate the establishment. They have to push this idea that the Democrats and the Republicans are, on some level, just as bad as each other. One of the biggest holes in online lefty lexicons is the lack of military and strategic knowledge, hence why they couldn't see triage tents as worrying. Sign that Putin's nuke threats aren't something to capitulate to, and if you care about stopping imperialism. No, they knew what it was. I don't think this was a lack of, like, military strategic knowledge. It does not take military strategic knowledge to know, okay, so blood bags go bad after a short amount of time. Putin is sending a ton of troops, vehicles, and blood bags to the border of Russia and Ukraine. What could that mean? You do not need to actually know anything about, like, troop mobilization and military strategy to understand what's going on there. That's, like, very obvious. People like Hassan don't understand that you can hate both Russia and the US. No, I don't. I think you guys have to understand that to be the level of popularity Hassan is in the online left, you have to align yourself effectively with some really bad aspects of the left. Hassan allows a lot of tankies and, like, state worshipping type lefties in his community. Hassan, he makes weird content and signals to a weird, in a weird way. His content is very vaguely, just indistinctually lefty. It's just leftist, period, right? With no more specificity than that. He sometimes elaborates on his positions, but it's in a weird way. We know he's not an anarchist. He shit-talks anarchists a lot, so we know he's not an anarchist. So he's certainly leaning more on the authoritarian side of lefty. He makes excuses for Russia and immediately sides with Russia over America in any scenario that he can, or American sympathizing powers in any scenario he can. Hard to say where he is. Hard to say where he is. I've maintained for a while now that Hassan is probably not an ML, but he is fully aware that MLs watch his streams. He is very accepting of the ML community, and any content creator who allows MLs to flourish in their community, or I should say more so fester, is not a good content creator. It's a massive red flag. MLs, Marxist-Leninists. I've tried so hard with Marxist-Leninists to say, okay, maybe there are some that are not insane, fashy, tanky types, right? No. ML is essentially a dog whistle for tanky, in the same way that, like, white identitarian is a dog whistle for Nazi. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They want you very badly to believe it's something different, but it's the same thing. A lot of MLs don't even know what Marxist-Leninism specifically, as an ideology, as a political and economic theory is. They just align with Marxism conceptually, because they have like a bare bones understanding of Marxism. I think every lefty does. You don't need to read theory to have a bare bones understanding of Marxism. And they like Lenin, because if you're a tanky, you have to like Lenin. You have to basically have Lenin's dick down your throat. And so that's just what it is. And obviously Stalin was the person who, wasn't Marxist-Leninism not, like, Marxist-Leninism doesn't come from Marx, it doesn't come from Lenin. That was something made by Stalin. That was a theory invented by Stalin after their time in order to justify his political beliefs and his policy making. He made it all up. He made it the fuck up. Marxist-Leninism is just Stalinism, yeah. It's just a dog whistle. Ugh. Ugh. That was a nice hit. Anyway, let's get the next, let's get the first segment ready, I should say.
Today will be
All right, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, I have been sent this video. It's a little old now. It's 2 weeks old at this point, by a YouTuber named Poncho, who ironically I'm subscribed to. Apparently this guy makes or made content at some point since 2015. I'm going to go ahead and hit that unsub button, though. Apparently this guy made or makes content at some point from 2015 to now that was actually good, because I decided to drop him a sub. I'm scrolling down, and it looks like everything he's made in the last 2 months is complete trash. Okay, now when you get, like, to 4 months ago, the videos are a bit more, like, just kind of broad, like, YouTube commentary shit. Yeah, like, he dunked on Andrew Tate a bit. Yeah, so it seems like this guy just kind of follows the cultural groove of things. Like, this guy is the biggest bandwagoner that I've ever seen. If you go to this guy's YouTube thumbnails and you look at this guy's channel, it is the most, like, following what is the big thing in the YouTube commentary community channel I've ever seen. Like, every thumbnail, every title is, like, massive clickbait. A lot of Nikocado avocado videos. Yeah, he made the worst vegan ever video, super clickbaity. Wouldn't get off my YouTube recommended. A lot of that vegan teacher content. Yeah, so this guy blew up a while ago due to much different content than what he made here. But yeah, this guy made a video 2 weeks ago called "You're Transphobic." Apparently he got a comment with like 2 likes or something that accused him of being transphobic. I don't even know what for. I don't even know if he's actually transphobic. For all I know, the comment itself is actually not founded in reality and has actually pushed him into actually being transphobic. So we're just going to have to find out. It's not a very long video, but people have been asking me to watch this, so let's go ahead and take a look. You're transphobic.
Today we'll be focusing on the transphobia allegations, man. I'm under attack. A lot of people have been saying, oh, you're transphobic, good for you, Poncho. El transphobe. When somebody says the word transphobe or transphobic, you usually think of somebody hating trans people, and that's just stupid, because I don't see any reason why I would need to hate on somebody for being delusional. I've never once said
They've been doing this for like every type of like bigotry. They think it's like a very clever gotcha, right? Like back in the day when like whether or not gay people should be allowed to exist was like the talking point and the like cultural thing, like it is with trans people now. It was like, you call me homophobic? You'd think like you'd call someone homophobic if they hate gay people, but I don't hate gay people. I just think they're degenerate freaks who've lost their way. It's like, holy shit, dude, you've destroyed the left, man. Wow, you're not homophobic because you think they're degenerate freaks. You don't hate them, you just think they're degenerate freaks. Yes, you're not transphobic, you just think trans people are just delusional. You've destroyed the left's argument. No, in reality, transphobia does not simply describe people who are A, you get one of these 2 arguments, sometimes both. A, people who are scared of trans people, okay? Blank phobia does not exclusively refer to fear. Even arachnophobia does not exclusively refer to fear. Phobia refers to a fear or aversion to. This includes disgust. If you are disgusted by spiders, you are arachnophobic. In the same way that if you are petrified and terrified by spiders, you are arachnophobic. The same applies to the fear or disgust that you might feel for somebody simply for being different from you. And that is the case here, of course. Now, in the case of trans people, transgender people are scientifically proven to be not delusional. I guess I could play the video again. Does anybody have the fucking the SDL trans rights studies meme video? Let's see if it comes up when I search it on Twitter. I got banned on Twitter, so I can't grab it from my own timeline. Sorry, guys. Doesn't work that way. I got silenced for my conservative values. Far left, Elon Musk's far left Twitter censored me for being right-wing. Well, I just realized I'm asking possibly the worst chat in the world for this link, and I'd probably be better off asking like another YouTuber's Discord server right now for the link. like unironically, I do think, thank you, Cat Cullis. I do think sometimes, like when it comes to asking chat for links to something, I might unironically get the link faster by opening up Discord and then asking another streamer like Vosh or Demon Mama's Discord server, like in their general chat for the link. I feel like I'd get the link faster from their Discord servers than I would get it from my own chat. Which is so unusual. Like when I watch other streamers and they ask for a link or like they mention or reference something, the chat is spamming links relevant to that, but it's wild. I mean, I guess I'm like a lot of content creator or a lot of people listen to me while they're playing games or like doing chores or something. But it's just strange. Yeah, it's weird. If you ask Demon Mama's Discord, I'll just be equally unhelpful in that Discord as I am here. Yeah, a lot of you guys are literally playing a video game right now while you watch me, and it's why you haven't tabbed out and hit the like button. Tab out and hit the like button. I don't care what game you're playing. Tab out and hit the like button. There's no excuse. Hit the like button. Tab out and hit the like button. It isn't that hard. Tab out of the game and hit the like button. It takes 5 seconds. It takes less than 5 seconds. Tab out of the game and hit the like button. Thank you. But I'm cooking. You're playing BattleBit. Yeah, I actually got showed that game recently. Anyway, you can cut that bit out, Cherry. But here's the reason why trans people are not delusional. The reason why trans people aren't delusional is because, well, here you go. I do have to mute this video though because it's gonna play copyrighted music. This is the body of scientific data that, like, pertains to the idea of trans people and things related to it, like gender and sex and what have you, and human psychology, you know, pertaining to it. All of scientific consensus backs up the validity of trans people's identities. The idea that trans people are delusional is itself delusional. It is antithetical to the scientific consensus. It is objectively not true. And it is an opinion that is simply false. It is not one that is backed up by science. And if you think that there's some excuse for why it is okay to hold an opinion that science does not agree with on this issue, then you are somebody who does not care about reality, and you are emotionally attached to your positions, and nothing I can say is going to change your mind. You're like a flat earther or a climate change denier. It's just how it is. Or an anti-vaxxer. Used to be that anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, climate change deniers, and the like were all on the same level, but now a few of those groups have a lot more credibility because of conservatism these days than they ought to. I'm starting to even see a lot more flat earth. Have you guys started to see flat earth is getting more popular? The proliferation of the anti-vax conspiracy theory stuff among the right naturally only leads to more conspiracy theories. For many, it's the JQ, but from there it spirals. I've been seeing a lot more flat earther conservatives. I'm really excited to see. Because years ago, anti-vax and flat earth were on the exact same level. And it was mostly conservatives that believed in both, of course, but they were on the same level of, like, everybody saw them as insane. Hell, like, people used the idea that Trump might be anti-vax as an argument against the idea of electing him effectively in debates back in the day. Like, there was a clip of Trump where he said, "Oh, they put so many vaccines in these tiny little babies," and, like, everybody gave him shit for that. He was getting dunked on by everybody for the possibility that he might be anti-vax. Now look at the Republican Party. If you think they won't do that with flat earth, if you don't think there won't be a significant amount of Republican red voters in this country voting Republican, holding the belief that the earth is straight up flat within the next 5 to 10 years, if you don't think that's possible, you got another thing coming. And the fact that I'm predicting it, whew. What is Zan talking about? Big brain shit. Big brain shit. It's just going over your head, okay?
On this channel that I hate somebody for being trans or they should die or anything hateful. I've always just disagreed with their decision. And
yeah, you see, I don't hate gay people. I just disagree with their lifestyle, you know? They shouldn't be allowed to be gay, you know? This is delusional. The idea that you can separate what someone is from who they are, like, from them. Like, being gay or being trans is who somebody is, in the same way that being straight or being cis is who you are. This is the kind of guy that gets triggered when he sees, like, a woman on Twitter tweet, "All guys just want the same thing." This guy gets triggered at that generalization and probably thinks it's sexist. And yet, here he's saying that trans people, he disagrees with their lifestyle, quote unquote. He disagrees with their decision. Which is who they are. Like, that decision he's referring to, like, he's wording it very vaguely. They refuse to word it, like, exactly what it is, because in reality what they're doing is denying the personhood of trans people. They have to claim and like, over-exaggerate the definition of transphobia because they don't want to be transphobic. They know transphobia looks bad. They have to make it seem like it's some opinion-based, irrelevant, just like, oh, why are they going after me for this, irrelevant opinion that doesn't affect them? But they're a large public figure who's advocating for the idea that their identity is not valid.
And I guess they take disagreeing with a decision as me saying I hate them. Believe that, I guess. If I have anybody that's watching this video that's that low IQ, I wouldn't mind if you believed that, because I don't want any low IQ people in my audience. If we're on the...
Isn't it wild how all these guys kind of embody the same vibe as, like, Sneeko and Aiden Ross and whatnot? Like, they all have the same level of, like, really dumbed down energy. And the fact that he's, like, bringing up IQ and like, having a low IQ audience and not wanting a low IQ audience right off the bat tells you this guy is, like, self-conscious about it. Like, this guy seems like he's self-conscious about his intelligence, which he should be, because just based on the way he talks, I can tell he's fucking dumb. He's projecting hard, yeah.
The topic of hating groups of people, I'd say the only group of people I really hate are pedophiles. I don't care if they die.
Where's this coming from? What are we talking about? Are we gonna get... Okay, so I assume because he's just, like, pulling pedophiles as a topic out of nowhere, that he's about to get into the idea that trans people are groomers. And I'm also going to start placing my bets in my private Discord server, where we literally have what's called a pedo pool. It's like a death pool, but instead it's where we bet on which big YouTuber is going to get exposed as a pedophile next. And I'm going to put some money down on Poncho, because this is coming out of nowhere and it's a little sussy. It's a little bit sussy. That was a joke, by the way. There is no like YouTuber death pool for who's going to get exposed as a pedophile next.
I don't care if they get...
That would be a really good idea, though, and would be a fantastic, like, underground gambling, like, community to exist. I'm sure it does somewhere, but I'm not in it. I'm sorry.
Get burned alive. You know, some people would say, ah, Poncho, this is a PR-ass response. Why don't you just come out and say you hate trans people if you don't agree with any of the things they do with transitioning or their decision? Because that's just stupid. That's just stupid. There's nothing you gain from hating people. You don't gain...
Okay. I don't really know how you're supposed to respond to the idea that transgender people existing... Is it a... Like, so here's the actual reality of it, okay? Trans people, for the most part, suffer from something called gender dysphoria. This exists. It has been proven to exist. Google it. Trust me, a lot of scientific and medical articles are going to come up, all right? Gender dysphoria is not delusion. Conservatives have desperately tried to take the fact that trans identity is inherently complicated and have tried to weaponize that. Compare being trans to every other group of marginalized people prior to, like, what we're at now, right? When it comes to people of different races and accepting them and allowing them to have rights, it's literally just as simple as they were born different. And you shouldn't hate them because they were born looking different than you. Literally as simple as that. Not very hard to argue. A very simple philosophical argument to sell people on, relatively speaking. Not that it was easy back then, but I think in hindsight, a lot of us would look at that as a very easy argument to make compared to, like, why trans people are valid, right? And then you've got gay people, right? Gay people, the whole point of being gay is that you are just attracted to people who are the same sex as you, or the same gender as you, right? You just want to have a relationship and be able to live your life. Like, it is literally as simple as that. Hell, plenty of people can very effectively be gay in the closet, and so it's, like, a little bit less of a thing where a lot of people even have to argue about it, right? But then you've got trans people. Trans people are a group of people who literally have a mental condition that, to simplify it, in scientific terms, means that they are, in the case of a trans woman, a woman in the body of a man. And They are severely, severely suffering due to that fact. If you've never thought about it much, then you may not realize this, but like being in the wrong body would actually really fuck with you mentally and send you into a very bad depressive spiral. Something that a lot of trans people deal with. It is this that a lot of conservatives try to weaponize as a way of trying to take away agency from trans people's decisions. The idea that this lessened state of mental health somehow means that trans people are not capable of knowing what is best for them or making the best decision. That this is delusion. In reality, in the real world, every scientific organization, every medical organization, and all of their research and data and all of their meta-analyses all come to the same conclusion that the only treatment for this gender dysphoria, the only treatment for this extremely damaged state of mental health is to transition. It is to take hormones. It is to socially transition, that is to say, wear different clothing, change your name, change your pronouns, etc., voice training. And it is to be validated in that identity. We know that the validation, which is the core thing that this guy refuses to offer, is so important and actually does help trans people due to a number of studies that have shown, and one of my favorite ones demonstrates that, you know that 40% stat that chuds like to throw around about trans people, like, 40%, 41% yourself or whatever. That 41% statistic of suicidal ideation among trans people drops down to less than 1%, simply with the support of either a family member or a friend who validates their identity. More so if it's a family member. The existence of a identity validating family member reduces that chance of suicidal ideation and the rate of depression by, in the study that I read, I think it was 72%, but it might have been 71. I'm not overshooting it by much. It was in the low 70s in the terms of percentage, but that is insanely high. That's an insane amount. We know that validation objectively leads to a positive increase in the mental health of trans people. That 40% or 41% stat chuds try to throw around as an argument for why trans people are not capable of knowing what is best for them is in fact dissolved away when trans people are validated, when they're allowed to transition. But they know that. They obviously know that. Let's be real. They obviously know that. They want trans people dead. Denying trans people what trans people know is best for them and what they are trying to get access to means more dead trans people. And that is what they are trying to achieve. He doesn't have to go on a video and admit he hates trans people to be a transphobe. He can simply contribute to an overall cultural push to take away what has been scientifically proven to allow trans people to live. And that will result in the objective outcome of more dead trans people. And I think that's way more valuable to a transphobe than being able to admit he is a transphobe on video. So yeah, that's basically the reality of what's happening here.
Ain't anything. I mean, you on the internet, I'd argue you can actually gain a lot by hating people on the internet, or hating trans people, or hating whatever group of people on the internet.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
Because there's a market for that. But I want to be above that. I don't want to just lead with hate. And,
Yeah, you're kind of giving away the game right now, that what you're trying to do is have your cake and eat it too. Like, you want to play into the transphobic audience by saying you disagree with their lifestyle and doing a bunch of dog whistles for why trans people are not valid and not good. But you also don't want to, commit yourself to that position hard enough that people who do not hate trans people will be like, what the fuck? Yo, Poncho, cringe, bro.
at the end of the day, as I said, I don't agree with it, but that doesn't mean I'm hating. I think people who are trans suffer from a mental illness, and that's gender dysphoria. We learned about...
Well, it's not. It's objectively not a mental illness. You've already demonstrated you don't really know much about it. It's actually a mental condition, and the cure for that mental condition is what you've said is a lifestyle you disagree with. That mental condition is alleviated by transitioning and being validated. I think it's important to clarify, by the way, for the sake of understanding the medical terminology. Gender dysphoria is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is a mental condition that breeds mental illnesses. Depression, PTSD, which is not really caused by being trans, but usually comes along with it because of the things that can happen to trans people for being trans. Obviously, like suicidality. There's a lot of things that kind of branch off from it. I'm not really thinking of a lot of things off the top of my head right now, but I'm sure trans people in chat can list them. Those are mental illnesses, and those are symptoms of gender dysphoria, which is a mental condition, or BPD, yeah, which is a mental condition that is fixed by being able to transition and being validated as that gender. So if you want to attack the actual mental illness that you're thinking about, then you want to attack it at the root. And the way you attack it at the root is by curing the mental condition of gender dysphoria by validating trans people and giving them access to their ability to transition.
But that years ago,
and
it
this
got
is backed up by
changed from a
medical
mental
science.
illness to a what do they call it? A term now. It's just a term.
No, it's not a term. It's a mental condition. So he's just indicating that he barely knows what he's talking about. Yes, medical science evolves over time. They didn't change. So he's already demonstrating here that he knows that the scientific consensus backs up trans people. And every transphobe who like has a platform and dedicates themselves to transphobia generally knows this. And they have to find a way. Hey, tipster. They have to find a way to manipulate the narrative into how they are still a rational, facts-based actor, despite the fact that all the facts-based rational science people disagree with their opinion. They have to dance around that. They have to find a way to still come off as the big brain rational person, despite the fact that all the big brain medical people think they're an idiot.
A term for a boy who's confused and thinks he's actually a girl, or a girl who's confused.
You know, that's exactly what they said about gay people. That is literally exactly what they said about gay people. They still say it about gay people, but not as much because homophobia is not as generally accepted in society anymore. Yeah, the idea, like, yes, you're just confused. That is literally what they said about gay people. That is just, it's the same thing over and over again. We really do. I need to get Cherry to skim over my VODs from 2019 where I had woke scolds telling me that I talk too much about trans stuff for a cis man, and it's me responding time and time again with, just watch. Just watch. Trans rights is going to be the social, like, issue of this generation. It is going to be the Gen Z social issue. Like gay rights was for the last generation. Just fucking watch. I need to get Cherry to go back and get like a compilation of those clips. The same type of people get mad about groups of people who are different from them existing. They don't want them to exist. And they need to create a rhetorical strategy for explaining why their position is not a radical and not facts-based position. They need to find a way to explain that in a way that does not let the cat out of the bag. They have to use dog whistles. They have to obfuscate their real position. They have to say things like they just disagree with the lifestyle, yada, yada, yada. Hate the sin, not the sinner. That kind of thing.
And actually think she's a boy. And just because you have some sort of mental disorder doesn't mean I can't treat you like a human. I'll have a conversation with you if you're cool. But if we get to talking, let's say we're talking about random people, and then the trans person goes, don't misgender them. That's not okay. Bro, I'd stand up and leave. I'd get the fuck out of there because I'm not going to have somebody order me to be confused about reality.
He's actually putting into words a point that I've made about conservative rhetoric around trans people. quite well. Now, obviously, he's not going to back anything up he has to say here with any type of studies or facts or anything here. He's just going to say, my opinions agree with reality. Despite the fact that he just acknowledged the fact that they, by that he means the entire scientific consensus, disagrees with him. The reality of it is, he is not going to interact with any trans people in a scenario like that, okay? Like, that's not going to happen. Like, that scenario is not going to occur. He is underplaying how transphobic he is, and he knows what he's doing. I think that a lot of people who are, like, transphobic public figures at this point probably watch a lot of Matt Walsh. They probably watch a lot of Ben Shapiro. They probably watch a lot of Steven Crowder. And there's no doubt they've picked up on the fact they need a dog whistle. They need to use certain rhetorical strategies. They need to use certain lines that are popular with sort of smoothing people over for your transphobic beliefs who may not be transphobic. And that's what he's doing right now. I have no doubt this guy watches Matt Walsh, and he's probably employing some of Matt Walsh's strategies just very badly because he's an idiot.
That's fucking retarded. No, I'm not buying it, dog. Like, you can't fool me. I'm not brainwashed like you. I'm not with the mental gymnastics shit. I'm sorry. I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up and there was a boy and a girl. I firmly believe most people believe this, but they're too...
Dude, this guy's arguments are like the most brain-dead logic that you can possibly have to justify your positions, and it's the kind of thing that's either going to kill this guy's channel. This guy does not make political content, so he's either going to die off, or he's going to have to, like, explain why these positions were bad and stupid and apologize for it in a few years. That's what I really like about this age of the internet. How many of, like, the OG edgelord content creators who are basically these guys of 2016 nowadays are apologizing and explaining why their positions back then are wrong? There is going to be a wave of content creators that we know today as, like, dumbfuck transphobic chud types that in a few years are going to have complete turnarounds and are going to be explaining, apologizing and explaining why their old positions, what they said was wrong. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, or we're never gonna hear about them again. Because their channel's gonna fucking die. Not Leafy, that's for sure. Leafy's a special case, to be fair, but also Leafy is not doing well. Leafy gets like 7,000 views on his Rumble streams, okay? Like, views, not viewers. Views on the VOD. Like, yeah. Leafy's public image is dead.
Too nice to tell these people the truth. And I'm not here to spread hate, and I'm not here to radicalize anybody. I don't want any of you guys being transphobic because it doesn't solve anything. One thing I've noticed that they get twisted.
Good one, man. You're covering your bases, dude. You're making sure nobody, your arguments are unassailable. It is very clear that nobody can call you transphobic.
Is they'll listen to somebody make an edgy joke about trans people, and then they'll say that that person's a transphobe, even though they're just making jokes.
I like how he gets to the, yes, they're just mad about edgy jokes point after 3 minutes of explaining why he thinks trans people aren't valid. Dude, if you wanted to do the it was just edgy jokes defense, you have to just do the it was just edgy jokes defense and then leave it at that. You can't do any indication of the idea that you don't think trans people are valid, because not thinking trans people are valid is transphobia definitionally, okay? So you are a transphobe by definition. You just own it, you know, or you know you are and you're just not owning it because you're scared, which is probably the case. But, like, you can't do the edgy joke excuse after explaining that you actually believe in the transphobia that the edgy joke would be about. That's not how it works. You have to do one or the other. Either double down on it, which is what you started with, or use the it was just a joke defense. You can't do both.
Regardless of them being edgy or not. And they'll paint him as like a transphobe, a hateful person. When it's like, bro, that's not the case. Even if it's a hateful joke, that doesn't mean they hate you guys. Like, I could make a hateful joke towards my homie, and it'll piss him off for like a second, but that doesn't mean I hate him. I'm just giving him shit. These people are so soft nowadays. They can't even process a joke. People don't realize what
Yes, the arguments he was making about why trans people aren't valid for the first half of the video were just a joke now, I guess. It will be the meme. Is that going to be his defense? I don't know.
What jokes are anymore. They're like, oh no, there's an underlying intent with that.
He's hitting all of the bases, though. He's hitting all the bases of, like, your low IQ, like, dude bro, smooth brain, like, just got into right-wing politics and is trying to appeal to the right talking points. He's doing a good job at it. He's, like, hitting all the bases.
It's like, that's why he's joking and not taking that underlying intent. That's why he's making the fucking joke. Like, and the one that I can think of off the top of my head is dudes be 14, 15, and already converting to a woman. Like, damn, you at least try to get some pussy first? Like, that's funny, bro. And if
Wait, okay, I'm so excited for this guy who's now referred to, like, trans 14-year-olds and said, are you not going to try to get some pussy first? Is he now going to go on about how trans people are creeps who are groomers now? Is that what's going to happen? Are we going to have him go on now about how there's these, like, trans groomers? I'm really excited for him to do that. He has to do it. There's no way he doesn't do it. There's no way he doesn't touch on that right after that comment. It's too perfect.
If I'm transphobic for that, fuck it, I guess I am. One thing you'll notice with my channel is I only talk about them when it involves kids.
Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yes! Yes! Oh! Fuck! Dude, I don't think you understand. I did not pre-watch this video. I did not pre-watch this video. I simply know, okay? These people have such a predictable construction of rhetoric and propaganda for their retarded positions that I can predict exactly what they're going to say. I can predict that they're going to make a creepy comment about but it's about straight sex in regards to young kids, and then immediately call trans people creepy and try to do some groomer narrative shit. Fucking And now I bet he's going to try to argue, yes. So when you comment this on the videos in which I'm covering trans groomers, and this video is like, our kids have no gender, this isn't pedophiles. So you're defending this. So this is what you mean when you say trans. Interesting. Guarantee it's what he says next. Guarantee it. I'm going for two for two now.
Have you ever thought about that? I only talk about it when it involves literal children. If you think that I'm bigoted towards topics about kids being introduced to the trans stuff and having them confused at a young age, hell yeah, I'm bigoted towards that topic. What does that say about you?
There it is. There it fucking is. I can simulate these people's talking points in my own brain because at one point I was one of the little retards these people try to propagandize to. I know exactly what this guy's audience wants to hear because I was that kind of guy once. I know exactly what he's going to say and how he's going to say it to try to turn his bigotry into this logic bro thought process, despite the fact that science disagrees with all of it. And the thing is, when you can predict what your interlocutor is about to say, then you can very easily, respond to what they're going to say. So, yeah. Like, the fact that I can literally predict what this guy is going to say because his talking points are so bog standard, propagandistic, and stupid should really go to show how wrong this guy's positions are and how little or how much he's thought them out. He might be a good person if he's thought these positions out very little and he's just talking out his ass. He might still at his core be a good person, but if he has thought about these things a lot, then he is dog whistling. He's either a victim of propaganda or somebody who understands the propaganda and is contributing to the production of it. You're becoming a Life is Strange protagonist? This is your power? Yeah, I got that rewind.
Actually, that's what I want to get down to. Why do you have a problem with me talking about kids being introduced to it? If you don't...
Hell yeah, now the rest of the video is going to be about how the people calling him transphobic and disagreeing with him are creepy pedophile defenders. We've done the full circle We've done the full circle.
See the problem. Who the fuck do I have in my audience? Bro, unsub if you think that that's transphobic. And this is what they'll say. They'll be like, but in middle school we have the sex ed videos that show a penis and a vagina. They're exposing kids to it too. Those videos show you the reproductive system of your own bodies.
Wait, does this guy not realize... Does this guy not realize that the people who he takes the side of don't believe that there should be health classes in school? Like, one of the things they're banning, along with, like, mentions of being gay or trans, is sex ed. Like, that's one of the things they're banning. They consider that to be, like, part of the same issue. They consider that to be a problem. Now, they say it's because any form of exposure to sexual content to children is bad. But in reality, it's the fact that scientific studies, not really scientific studies, it's more so just crime data analysis, has shown that sex education, given at a younger age, like some form of it, heavily reduces the likelihood of a child being the victim of sexual exploitation. And if they are a victim, it massively increases the chances of their victimizer, the predator in this scenario, being caught. Because the child will know what's happened to them, that it's wrong, and that what they need to do, and that they should get help. Conservatives, knowing pedocon law, as we do, they fight against any form of sex education because it makes young kids less knowledgeable about sex, and it makes them more prone to one of these two things. Having young premarital sex, which will then lead to wedlocking, and having a baby. They'll go ahead and just have a baby. They'll get locked into a marriage, and that's just how it goes, right? Conservatives love that, like teenage pregnancies leading to marriage, right? Or it will lead to a easier target for them to victimize in a lot of scenarios. That is why they fight against sex ed.
That's not an adult going to a child and saying, hey, have you ever questioned who you're sexually attracted to? It's not the same at all. And if you're on the retard side of this argument, get the fuck out of here. As I said earlier, unsub.
I like how he goes from like, I just have an opinion and people disagree with my opinion about trans people, to everyone who disagrees with my opinion about trans people is a pedophile and you need to go to prison. I like how he couldn't even keep the fact that he's like very authoritarian with this position, to the extent that he thinks people who disagree with him deserve prison. Like he couldn't even keep that under wraps.
Hey man, if I'm transphobic for anything I said in this video, I guess I am, dude. I'm gonna have to live the rest of my life being a transphobe. As I keep going on with the channel, I
cannot wait to see how this guy responds to this video in a few years. Oh my god.
Continue to talk about things that I find interesting, and if it involves trans people taking it too far, I'm gonna talk about it, and I'm not sorry.
Let's see the oh nice, a Bible quote. Let's see the comments. You can't hate someone for being delusional, laughing, crying emoji. Finally, a YouTuber who is not brainwashed and scared to tell the truth. We need more people speaking out on their actual opinions, just like this, without fear. I find it good for you, Poncho, to give your own opinion, especially in times that people are too scared to have their own opinion. I am trans, and I do agree people are way too sensitive. My take on it is that you should respect other people's opinions, but you shouldn't let them force it on you, and vice versa. Treat people like people, first of all. You can't control what other people say. I don't think this person's trans. The pinnacle of everything I hate is racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic, fascism, sexist, white supremacy, and every insult that means absolutely nothing because they're tossed on as insults means no one actually knows what these words mean, quote unquote. So that's basically the idea that all these words mean nothing now. You're not transphobic, you think logically and speak genuinely. As someone who is trans, you are not transphobia at all. As someone who is trans, you are not transphobia at all. You just disagree and are very respectful about your disagreement, and that's respectable. Good on you, man. I love the PSYOP comments. The PSYOP comments pretending to be trans are my favorite. I'm transgender, and I can't pretend that being biologically female isn't part of me. I'm still a woman regardless of what I identify as. You're real, valid for your opinion. Ah, yes, real trans person, I'm sure. Don't let them shame you. Shaming works on children. It's usually other children doing the shaming out of insecurities. As a trans person, the trans people who get mental breakdowns because they're misgendered piss me off too, Lamau. I look like a girl, so people call me she, her. I'm a he, him. I don't care because I look like it. I'm still female. You're entitled to your own opinion. You're not transphobic, and I absolutely love watching your videos because you're real. That one might be a real trans person. Probably one that's a regular poster on TTTT, though. Yeah. A lot of overwhelming support in the comments, obviously. Like, transphobia is a massive market online right now. You're going to be met, like, on the internet with, like, massive support if you're transphobic, so it's just to be expected. Jalen, thank you for the $5. As someone who has went through this pipeline in 2016, it's crazy that they still have the same wrong talking points. Well, the fun thing is, Jalen, the fact that their talking points don't change means I don't have to, like, change my arguments. Like, I had to do, like, a bunch of research on this shit, like, back in 2019 and 2020, and since then, the same, like, body of knowledge that I occasionally update with, like, new stuff has been completely viable for debunking all this shit. So it's like, makes my job easier, you know? And it means that, you know, the Zoomers that are falling for this shit, they will be pulled out of it with the same arguments that worked on me, most likely. So frankly, I can't really be that upset about it. But yeah, remember though, this overwhelming, like, wave of transphobic talking points, it's only on the internet. Outside of the internet, and outside of, like, the transphobic sectors of the internet, transphobia is not popular. It's just not. It's losing elections. It's not even popular on an electoral level. Even in red states, the Republicans are wasting millions on anti-trans ads that are just objectively not winning them elections. It is a failing topic. Society, like, the conservatives started fighting against trans rights too late. That's the thing. The conservatives treated trans people like a joke for too long and didn't start fighting against them as, like, a serious, like, group of people they want to oppress and genocide until it was too late. There's too much broader trans acceptance socially at their starting point. Haven't you guys noticed that? Like, homosexuality was something that was, like, something you couldn't be way before it became, like, a social thing that was being pushed for. There were trans people back in the 1920s and it wasn't an issue. Like, trans people having issues in the way they do today is a more modern thing. Like, a lot of issues trans people face today are more modern. Like, the conservatives seeing, like, trans people as a symptom of, like, society progressing and then being like, oh fuck, and, like, slowly adapting to see trans people as, like, another group they need to attack. And they've only really just recently jumped on it hardcore. And it's already too late, I think. Like, society was already on board with things like, you know, not misgendering trans people and, like, banning transphobes from massive social media platforms, you know, pre-Elon buying Twitter. Like, I think they just got on board with this, like, anti-trans stuff way too late. And I don't think it's going to age well, like, in the short term. That's the funny thing, is, like, we are, in the short term, going to see how badly this rhetoric ages, and it's going to be an amazing show to watch. I genuinely think this. And if you guys know my predilection for predicting things, then believe me on this, because I've never been more sure of something. There is going to be a very satisfying to watch mass revelation of, like, particularly these Zoomers who are falling for this shit online, who are going to be flooding into lefty YouTube come probably the election. The election is probably going to be when it happens. Like, towards the end of this year and midway next year is where you're going to start to see a massive flood of people who are now conservatives falling out of conservatism and getting into lefty shit. And I think it's going to be an even bigger wave in the 2028 election. I think the 2024 election is going to be, like, big, but not that huge, because it's kind of, in my gut, I feel like it's a layup for Biden. Like, I feel like Biden's got it in the bag. Things could go crazy, but I feel like Biden's got 2024 in the bag. 2028 is going to be so crazy and unpredictable that politics is going to be so big online that, yeah, I think you're going to see a wave of, like, people who are currently chuds becoming lefties and falling out of that stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll be the candidate in 2028. Let's not go that far, Zan. No, I legitimately do think so. Yeah, I think the fact that a lot of Gen Z is already very, like, politically left-leaning is pretty relevant, but I think the ones who have fallen for the right-wing propaganda are going to have a pretty significant, like, turnover, much like I did. I was the same. I was one of these people, just of an older, like, part of Gen Z. Like, Gen Z is in, like, kind of I consider Gen Z to exist in, like, 4-year segments, right? Like, you've got your Gen Zers who are currently adults, pretty much. Like, your 24 to 20-year-olds, and then, like, 19-year-olds. And then you've got, like, your Gen Zers who are high schoolers. And then you've got your Gen Zers who are middle schoolers. And then you've got your Gen Zers who are elementary schoolers. Who are like the elementary schoolers and the middle schoolers are like the stereotypical Gen Z, but obviously you always see Gen Z referred to like high schoolers and like young 20s nowadays a lot. So yeah, that generation is extremely progressive, and when we like talk about politics in that regard, we're talking about the older Gen Z, because that's when you get into politics, is like when you're a bit older. And they can't even vote yet. A lot of them can't. And they're extremely progressive. Like insanely progressive. And the ones of them that aren't are the ones online being radicalized to the far right. And a lot of them are not going to be like that forever. A lot of them aren't. I think Gen Z might be the generation that kills the Republican Party. I think that when the kids who are currently in elementary school hit voting age, long time away from now, I think the Republican Party as we know it today will not exist. Effectively. It'll have to change itself a lot if it wants to continue existing. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe millennials, as they get older and they become boomer age, maybe their money and their retirement and their golfing and their lack of working or having to experience the working class life, maybe that pushes them to a more conservative position. Maybe a lot of them, you know, because it benefits them more, end up voting Republican. Could end up happening. I could be wrong. It could balance out just because the millennials and Gen X end up, you know, just kind of switching over more as they get older and accumulate more wealth. No, there will be a fair amount of millennials being able to retire. Not as many as would like, but some. I don't know, millennials aren't wealthy in the same way boomers are. Yeah, but okay. It's hard to say. How many millennials are putting money into their 401k and their other retirement funds? That's what's important. That's what you have to, I'm not talking about in chat. I'm talking about statistically. That's what's important. Millennials don't have money. That's true. Millennials are broke as fuck. But it does not take a lot of money to put like $20 a week in retirement funds throughout like your 20s and 30s and 40s. A fair amount of millennials don't have money now, but are investing in retirement and will be able to take that money out when they hit retirement age, and their politics will likely change with their monetary situation when they hit retirement age. I'm investing in my retirement funds. It's not that expensive. There are some pretty, like, high interest rate well appreciating it, like retirement funds, you can put like a very relatively small amount of money in like every other week, and by the time you are in your 50s, you're going to be able to pull out hundreds of thousands of dollars, like 800K for retirement. That's the thing. If you start like like when I am, like in your early 20s, you start investing in your retirement funds, and it's not a lot of money. It's not a lot. It really isn't that much. Um, then you can pull like nearly $1 million out when you're ready to retire. Like you can. I seriously recommend you look into it. Like look into retirement fund investing. And if you're in your early 20s and you're working like a minimum wage job and you're living with your parents, holy fuck, look into it. Start now, make the habit now, and you'll be happy you did when you're in your 50s. And you don't have to work a wagey cagey job. You'll be happy. Trust me. It's good advice. I don't know why it devolved into like a financial advice stunlock into the end of this segment, but I'm sure Cherry can edit this up and edit this up into something a little more concise. Sorry for the stunlock. Like I put 18 bucks a week in, and I expect to be able to pull out like nearly $1 million by the time I'm in my 60s for my retirement funds, like cumulatively. It's pretty good. It's pretty fucking good, dog. It's pretty good. And you could talk to experts. You can pay to talk to experts that'll like help you find out exactly what you want to invest in. Because maybe you've only got like a little bit of money per week to put aside for retirement investing. So you can find what the highest interest rate retirement investing account's going to be. I think it's I don't think it's 401k. I think it's Roth IRA, isn't it? Has like there's one that has like an insane interest rate. It's like a 8% interest rate on your on some of them. Obviously not everyone's gonna have that, but like yeah, there are some that are. That's Roth IRA, I think. Yeah, I think you would want to prioritize that. That's what I prioritized first because I was like, ooh, high interest rate. Ooh, that's what I want to put my money in. You know? Yeah. Also, if you wait, yep, you're right. Bluestone, thank you for reminding me of that. If you wait until you're 50, or it's somewhere in your 50s, I forget. You're right. It's your Roth IRA withdrawal is tax-free if you wait until you're in your 50s to withdraw it. So yeah. Higher interest rate means more risk. Yeah, but it's not that risky. You are putting a lot of money in cumulatively over a long period of time, to be fair, but you're not putting in a lot of money, and it's been known to be quite stable. Anyway. Yeah, you can afford the risk when you're young, too, and I'm mostly giving this advice to, like, young people who don't know, you know? And I'm no expert, seriously. I'm telling you guys to look into this yourselves. Like, I'm giving you info that should spur you to do your own line of research on this so you know what's best for you. My ex was good at finances and helped me set this up. Hell yeah. Yep, the sooner you start, the better. No excuses. If I remember correctly, high-risk retirement accounts are like low-risk stocks, pretty much. Like the equivalent level of risk you're getting into is like that which you would see in investing in like an index fund, you know? Like, unless the economy of the world, or America, which also means the world, is fucked at the moment, the risk isn't very high. Like, you're basically just betting on the success of the world continuing to move forward in like a good way economically, which is pretty likely. Say what you want about capitalism, but it is, you know, somewhat efficient. Any recommendations, Zan? I'm not an expert. I'm telling you guys to do your own research. What I'm saying here should spur you to like look into it yourselves. Anyway, Tipster, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Based in Pog says this guy is only famous because he milked vegan teacher and bullied kids for content. Otherwise, he would still be irrelevant. Yeah, I literally only ever heard of him because of the vegan teacher stuff. I think that's why I subbed to him. So yeah, it's crazy that now he's like grifting for the right-wing shit now. Yeah, wild. Zagafer, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $25. Based in Pog said, or gifted to Alex Kelly, Prancing Goldfish, Dead Heathen, Cleaver120, and Not the Hero said, hey, Azan, yesterday, the 19th, was my birthday, so I thought I'd share the celebration. Well, happy birthday. Late, but still happy birthday, Zagafer. I really appreciate it. And like a hobbit, you've given me a gift for your birthday. Very kind. I really appreciate it. Based in Pog. I just realized I turned 24. Or no, yeah, I turned 24 in a little over a month now. On the 27th of July, I turned 24. God, that's scary. Holy shit. Oh my god. Fuck. Lots of former commentary people are shifting to politics, but most are shifting towards the right. Yeah. Yeah. Zan, for $1 million in 30 years, you're looking at like $500 a month, not $18 a month. No, I didn't say a month. I said 18 a week, and that's just for one investment fund, or retirement investment fund. I said cumulatively, with like everything, putting in weekly, like not $18 total, but like for one fund, like it's like, it's close to $100 weekly. Yeah. Yeah, you will be able to pull out nearly $1 million by the time you're 50. And that's how much I put in. Xanderhall, I'm a PED coach with 2 clients, and I want to turn you into a Chad through biohacking. I will not take PEDs. I'm sorry. Ben the biohacker. I'm not taking performance-enhancing drugs. I ain't taking Tren. I ain't taking T. I ain't taking fucking anything, okay? I'm sorry. I have the biological and genetic tools necessary to achieve a very good body. The body that I would like to have. Though I will say, my lack of eating enough food has been the big issue. If you could artificially grow my stomach so I can eat more, not steroids. Do you mean like maxing out my macros and all that? Because I already know about all that. I mean, I'm open to advice, but I'm not currently in like a working out arc because I'm so focused on 1, trying to eat more food, and 2, trying to focus on raising money for moving, because I'm moving in a couple months, and then once I've moved and I've got my room for working out, yeah. I've already ordered some kettlebells. I haven't used them yet. I'm just lucky I have good genes in the family. Gonna hope I can stay looking 10 years younger than I actually am for a while longer. I think I've got pretty good, like, genetics in terms of my face. I feel like I'm a decent looking dude. Holy, I checked my savings account and I got a load of interest for this year. Good to hear that, Sophie. But yeah. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, thank you for the $35 donation. Hot damn, thank you. Said, Zan, I had another dream where you were the U.S. president. In it, you sent Zelensky a metaphorical blank check and a letter that said, no war crimes, please, good luck, friend. Well, I'd never do that, honestly. I would frankly, like, I would send Zelensky a nuke. And just be like, whatever happens, happens. Whatever happens, happens. Fed posting, Zan? It is not Fed posting to say that I would send Zelensky a nuke. By that I mean literally, like, send him a nuke to have. Like, to have a nuke. Not, like, send one as in, like, a firing way. Obviously, I support Zelensky and Ukraine. I mean, like, literally send them a nuke that they can have. That's what I mean. And whatever happens with that nuke they now have, it was just a gift. You know, I can't control what they do with that gift. I don't care about the rules for sending nukes. You can't send nukes, but you can send things that go boom. Okay, I really badly want to do a Sign My Rocket. The problem is, I need to see it. I need to see it get loaded and fired at Russians. If I am going to pay money, I need to see it. I need proof of purchase, okay? I need to ensure that that money went to making Ukraine a little bit more free, all right? So if there's not a live stream attached where it's like some Ukrainian soldiers drawing like donation messages onto shells, loading them up, and then like a switch to drone footage where it's like a shell hitting like a Russian BMP, then I am hesitant. I've donated to pro-Ukraine charities, but when it comes to the Sign My Rocket stuff, if I'm gonna sign you my munitions that I'm paying for here, I want to see it get used. Okay. I'm so uninformed on the Ukraine stuff. Dead Heathen, watch my content on it then. The only thing you need to see about what's going on in Ukraine, actually, this is a joke. You very much need to see everything happening in Ukraine because Russia's committing mad war crimes. But one of the best things that has come out of this, one of the few silver linings of sorts, you could say, is this clip. It's my favorite video on the internet. It's a video taken from a GoPro of some volunteer fighters who ended up taking out a wrong video, who ended up using a frag grenade, throwing it into a window of a building, and taking out several Russian Spetsnaz troops. And in this GoPro video, we get a legendary line.
Yeah, what? I'm good again. Those fucking retards.
It's so good. I'm sorry. I know it's literal war footage, but like, never have I felt more camaraderie. That's such a humanizing moment, like unironically. Like it really is. They can't say that. Yeah, they're canceled. Anyway, thank you for the $35. Alright, let me update my dono goal real fast. Thank you so much for all the support. You guys are amazing, chat. Remember, if you want to like contribute to this, but you don't have money to send, you can do so for free, and it only takes half a second by hitting the like button. It really does help. Wow, this is like real-life Call of Duty. I like how you guys all had the same response. A response that if I had, I would get canceled for. What I loved was the trend of Ukrainian teens on TikTok stealing APCs. That was pretty fun, yeah. The stealing of the tanks and everything and the abandoned Russian vehicles. Yeah. Ironically enough, that's where a lot of Ukraine's current vehicles come from, is just Russians abandoning them. In the vid I sent, the enemy didn't spawn with guns. What, are you sending me more war footage? You can't send me war footage that's like people dying. I can't show that. I'll put money that in 20 years there will be a COD in Ukraine, Lamau. Oh yeah, in 10 years they'll be doing a COD game that covers this tragedy. Yeah, of course. That's how it works. 10 years and there'll be a COD game about it. I'll put, yeah, money on it. I'd put money on it, 100%. And it'll be VR. Yeah, it'll be a full-on, like, hyper-realistic VR Ukraine combat sim. I fully expect a breakthrough in the Russian line within a month or two to the south. I hope so. I hope their line breaks. Frankly, I'm in favor of Ukraine, like, taking some of Russia's land now, you know? Like, I feel like Ukraine now gets to take some of Russia. You know? Like, oh, oh yes, you take some of... I can't do a Ukrainian accent, so I'm just going to do Russian. Like, oh, you want to take some of our country? We take some of yours. Yeah. Ukraine has started to take back a number of settlements in the south. Based. Yeah, they have been pretty active in, like, if I show the map, can I get the, Ukraine map? If I get the live UA map up, and I show you guys, I check this pretty often. You guys can see... Is this not where the dam was, by the way? This is where the dam was, right? No, it's in Dnieper. That would be up here. Where? Rivers, Ukraine, rivers, Dnieper, river. Oh, God help me. Okay. We're gonna look at the south for now. Yeah, that's a fair amount of land that's currently in a contested state. Look at this wetland. You know this wetland is a problem. You just know there's a reason this line is at this wetland and this river and this bridge. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Can you imagine having to fight through this? Either holding ground or having to push through this? No. I'm from Florida. I know this shape. I know what this shape is from the sky very well. I'm from Florida. This is flooded wetland. This is mud and muck and marshes and reeds and, like, at some point straight up rivers. This is some of the most, like, inhospitable land for trying to get across you could imagine. I hope the Ukrainians have blown out any bridges. I'm sure they have. Yep, they sure... You know they have, because there's absolutely... You can see... Oh, yep, let me guess. This is a blown out bridge? That's what this is? Blown out bridge? Is it blown out? Russians shelled it. I'm sure they've blown out this bridge, right? Because, like, that's the Russians' path over, but it's also the Ukrainians' path over, so it's like, Yeah, this is a river delta. But yeah, it's still a marshy wetland, though. This is all a marshy wetland. You can just tell from the map. It was blown up by the Russians after they retreated. Ah, the Russians blew up this bridge while retreating because they knew the Ukrainians are now trying to push in. They're trying to push south. Yeah. Can I Google Maps this area? Hold on a minute. Like, I want to street view this. Yeah, there's the... Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the river. Oh, God. Yeah, that is just a full-on line of wetland. There's just no getting across that, dog. Without boats. And, like, airboats is what you need here. Oh, my God. Dude. Let me see if I can get... Where's the bridge? There's the bridge. So I'm going to put the street view down right here, and I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. Okay. Well, this is the best we have. This is the bridge in question. Obviously, the bridge is behind, but it's the best we have. That building lets you know exactly where we are with the style of building. Yeah. So that's the, like, this is the edge. This is like the line right before it starts becoming inhospitable wetland. Ugh. Yep. Nice little Ukraine stunlock. We'll be having Dylan on next week for a much more in-depth, talk about Ukraine, and Dylan's been there. Dylan's been on the ground. He's covered it. He's seen the fighting. He's going to be able to talk from the perspective of someone who's seen it, and that's going to be really cool. And also very tragic, because he nearly fucking died, and I'm very happy that he's alive. All right, let me get the next segment ready. No stun locks. All right, everybody. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, lately we've been covering a lot of transphobes, and their very stupid arguments. And their arguments are, of course, very much based in feeling. And they have to find very clever, not so clever, rhetorical strategies to make their arguments sound like they're not just feelings-based opinions that fly in the face of reality. And because of that, over time, people break out of transphobia. Transphobia, particularly for younger people online, is a very temporary state of opinion. It's just gonna only take so long before somebody runs into a trans person online who corrects their falsely held beliefs, or they just end up doing the research on their own or being exposed to the science on their own and realize they were wrong. It's just pretty uncommon for people to be, like, longtime transphobes unless they're, like, paid shills, right? Or they're, like, boomers who are set in their ways and watch Fox News all day. With that said, it means that conservatives who want to push transphobic rhetoric are having a really hard time lending credence to their beliefs beyond the surface level. People start questioning transphobia, and it falls apart. Because if you start questioning transphobia, you might start researching the, science and realize you're wrong. And it's a big part of why the Gamergate era of the internet fell apart. But now, we're in a new era of that sort of conservative cultural domination being pushed by a whole new batch of Zoomers who had no political inclinations back during Gamergate, now going through that same arc that those before them did. It's a cycle, right? And because of that, the right needs a better method of radicalizing people and making them believe that there's actual science to back up conservative opinions about trans people. We just went over a really good segment that kind of acts as a good example of this, but we're going to go over an even better example of this. You see, there's no science or studies that back up transphobia. When you debate a transphobe, and they try to supply any studies or data that back up anything they have to believe, that they believe, if you fact check it on the fly, you will find out one of two things. More commonly than not, if it was an actual study, like a legit medical study, it does not say what they say it does. To the extent that if you read the conclusion of the study they sent you, the author of said study has a conclusion different from the person who is trying to use it as evidence for their opinion. Or 2, it is a study that has been retracted and rejected because the way that it was conducted was not scientifically proper. It did not follow the proper scientific method. And today we're going to talk about an example that falls into the second category. You see, this person named Michael Bailey, who's I guess a transphobic science guy who's grifting for the right, tried to submit a study, or an article I should say, a scientific article on a medical board, trying to claim that he had data that showed that rapid onset gender dysphoria is real. rapid onset gender dysphoria being this conspiracy theory these people have made up that being trans is a social contagion that spreads to other people through exposure to trans people. And I assure you it does not exist. If it did exist, then all of the memes about you guys calling me an egg would be true, because most of my friend group are trans people. And I don't even say that in like the, haha, I've got so many trans friends way. It's like just straight up, like, most of my friends are trans of some kind. And if there was some level of social contagion or social pressure that being friends with trans people or being around trans people offered, then I would have felt it by now. But I don't. Like, beyond jokes about being an egg, which are very clearly jokes, even when you guys clearly would like for me, like, I have no doubt you guys would literally go apeshit happy if I, like, announced that I was trans one day. But when you say that I'm an egg, you guys are obviously joking. I know that you're joking. It's in a sort of semi-serious, like, but-if way, but I know that you guys aren't being 100% serious. You guys are joking. And even then, I don't feel, like, weird social pressure. So, inherently, I know that this isn't a real thing, but a lot of conservatives and a lot of people susceptible to conservative ideology may be prone to believing that. And that is why this study, or not a study, sorry, I keep saying study, this article could have had a pretty potentially dangerous effect. The article, now retracted, goes as follows. Rapid onset gender dysphoria, parent reports on 1,655 possible cases. Now, those of you guys who paid real close attention to the title there would already know what the big problem with this study was off the bat that got it retracted and seen as not scientifically accurate. But I'll go ahead and break it down for you. Rapid onset gender dysphoria, parent reports. So, every single study, quote unquote, which ends up being a survey in reality, and we'll get into it in a minute. There's been ones like this before. This is not the first time this has happened. Every single survey that attempts to try to prove that rapid onset gender dysphoria is real does one or both of these two things. And in this case, it did both. It either A, exclusively polls the parents of potentially trans kids. And when I say potentially trans, this means kids who are trans and kids who have parents who are transphobic, but those kids are friends with trans people, but they themselves aren't trans. That is the group that is being polled. And B, or 2, I don't remember if I was doing numerical or letter-based. B, it was polling through a site biased in favor of transphobia. In this example, which I'll get into in a minute, this is also the case, but in one of the more popular examples that has been talked about a lot by transphobes, and I've had transphobes try to use against me, but very quickly get shot down, there was a survey done by Mumsnet. That's right, thank you, Sophie, you know. A TERF website called Mumsnet. You can probably tell by the fact it's mums that it's a mom website based in the UK for TERF moms, like middle-aged TERF moms. Very British, very TERFy. You guys basically know what I'm talking about, like the vibe of that site, right? And they ran a survey to try to prove with parents on the site that, you know, rapid onset gender dysphoria is real. The problem is, you're running a survey on a site for transphobic parents about whether or not they think their kids are transphobic because of a transphobic conspiracy theory. And of course, this article and the data that it collected did the exact same thing. And for that reason, it was rejected and has been taken down and marked as not scientifically sound. And Michael Bailey, as well as those who support him because he is a political figure and not a scientist, are losing their fucking minds over it because they really thought they were going to be able to have one published medical article that backed up the idea that being trans is a bad social contagion. But they couldn't pull it off. Unfortunately, contradictory to what these people say, the standards of scientific research and data collection are a lot higher than they think. And these idiots aren't very good at creating psyops. So the psyop got shot down and rejected. And I couldn't be more happy to see it. Look at that. Retracted article. Rapid onset gender dysphoria. Parent reports on 1,655 possible cases. Damn, dude, you tried. You tried to pull some shit. You tried to be able to have a PubMed article that you could link that backs up your shit, and they took your shit down. This is literally the equivalent of trying to win an argument. Basically, what they tried to do here is the equivalent of trying to win an argument by writing your own definition for a word on Urban Dictionary and then linking your friend that definition you wrote to try to prove the argument. But then Urban Dictionary takes down your definition because they know what you're trying to do, and you get mad about it. That's basically the equivalent of what happened here. Oh, of course, you're completely right about this, Olivia the OK. Any form of scientific rigor that exists around trans rights, the scientific community being correct about trans people, is going to set off the right. In the end, the right does not base their opinion on trans people around facts. They base it around their opinion. They are willing to meet whatever necessary means they have to, if it means pushing transphobia and achieving maximum, as they say on as they say on 4chan, maximum T-slur death. It's whatever they can do to maximize that, right? So yeah, you know, it's like, it's a matter of trying to go at it at every angle. That's what they're trying to do. And here they tried to have something that would seem to the naked eye at first glance like it had some merit to it, that like a transphobe could actually use it for their arguments. And now it's fallen through and it's not going to work. But of course they'll claim they've been censored. They'll claim that they are the victims of scientific censorship. But unfortunately, reality just has a liberal bias, and it always has. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like that one came out pretty good. I wish transphobes had at least one study that we could cite as, see, we're not intentionally making you shut up, you're just objectively wrong. Yeah, like if they just had one study that kind of like sort of backed up a very like niche position of transphobia that's not a big deal maybe, then you could just say, look, there's studies on, but conservatives are so wrong about trans people, they can't even hold like a moderately wrong position about trans people. I don't even know how to word it. Xanderl, I'm a market socialist. I'm curious about your take on trans women in sports, because MIMO, it would only be fair if cis women are able to take SARMs for their sports not transferred to you. So here's my opinion on organized sports, okay? I genuinely don't care about it, in the sense that it has never been fair. Organized sports will never be fair, and they never have been. Genetic superiority exists in sports and is apparent in the upper leagues of sports across the board. There are just cis people who are genetically predisposed to being better at a certain sport than other cis people. Obviously, the go-to example of this is Michael Phelps when it comes to swimming. And I was a swimmer in high school, so, you know, I've got some knowledge on that, right? The fact that there will always be unfairness in regards to natural levels of your physical body's achievement is always going to be a thing. When it comes to trans people competing, though, we have very strict standards. in regards to trans people's competition in sports that are so strict, in fact, they've started to harm cis women. Notably, it's only affecting, like, the women's category because they only care about trans women because trans women are the easiest to weaponize for transphobic rhetoric. The rules they are subjecting female athletes to now in order to keep them from having too high of a testosterone count or whatever are now keeping cis athletes from competing. And transphobes use this as an argument against trans people competing, but these are rules they put into place. At the end of the day, I think we should let people compete as the gender they want to compete as. It's obvious when it's sincere, and it's obvious when it's not. I think it's gonna be, you know that one South Park episode, the transphobic South Park episode they made about, like, oh, the women's sports, trans people stuff. If you have, like, unironic Macho Man Randy Savage going on to the women's, like, running track and saying, oh, yeah, I'm a woman, I think it's pretty clear that what's happening there, and I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that literal fucking cartoon parody is going to occur, and if it does, I think it's going to be clear what is happening. The level of already existing genetic unfairness in sports is already so clear, especially in the upper echelons, that it's like, who the fuck cares? When you watch sports, you're looking to see who's the best of the best. That's what you care about. You're looking to see who's the best of the best. You're there to see the top tier athletes. Or you're there to see a good game. Those are the two things you go there to see. How are either of those things harmed by there being trans people? How does a trans person competing affect the best of the best athletes winning? Yeah, I don't know. And how does it affect your ability to enjoy the show? I don't see it. It's true, that's the truth in any competition when you think about it, yeah. And it doesn't help that every woman that tries to say that they lost their career as, like, a professional athlete due to a trans person beating them, it's always like, yeah, I lost to a trans person. And it's like, they came in 64th place, the trans person came in 20th place, and a cis woman came in every other place, like, before that, you know, or like, after that, you know, like, or before it, like, in terms of, you know what I mean? It's like, it's always something like that. It's always some bullshit. It's always some bullshit. God, I'm hungry. Ugh. Streaming works up an appetite. Okay. Alright, let's get this next segment ready. Alright, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So I've been sent this video by a few people who've been asking me to watch it. It came out 3 weeks ago, so it's a little bit old, but it's by a YouTuber named It's a Gundam. Now here's my opinion on It's a Gundam, okay? This guy encapsulates, for me in my mind, the word chud. So much so to a point where I consider his voice, which you'll recognize right away, I call it the chud voice. Sorry, the chud accent is what I should call it. You will recognize it immediately, and when you hear his accent, and you make the connection, you'll understand right away how many chuds online that are in this space of content creation and internet engagement try very hard to sound like this. I think it's like an attempt to sound disaffected and, like, edgy in terms of accent almost. It's sort of a pseudo Boston, New York accent mix. You'll hear it. You'll understand it. Anyway, he made a video that's like very 2014 called Gaming Journalism Isn't About Gaming or Journalism. Hell yeah, we getting some Gamergate shit in 2023. You guys remember when I got called crazy for saying that another Gamergate era is coming to the internet. That these dumb fucks are going to radicalize a whole new generation of little Zoomers who are going to create a whole market for this right-wing reactionary politics all over again. And then the whole cycle's going to repeat. I told you. Not this shit again? Hell yeah. We're back on Gamergate's wild ride.
As I get older, I find myself noticing patterns and trends that I would have been oblivious to years ago. And that is that gaming journalism isn't about gaming or journalism, but more so about grandstand. The first rule of entertainment is to entertain. You give the people what they want, then you leave them wanting more.
I like it a lot.
I feel like
You're not gonna get a lot of like actual arguments out of this video. You're just gonna get like the bog standard like, why are the SJWs talking about politics in relation to media? Media is about entertainment, not politics. Why are they analyzing it politically? Why are they critiquing it politically? Why are they doing, like, they are literally mad about the idea of there being, like, it used to be somewhat reasonable, like, okay, yeah, there's definitely a lot of corruption and, like, lack of integrity when it comes to gaming journalism, for sure. Like, the larger outlets are pretty much like, at this point, even still, the larger, like, IGN and whatnot literally write their articles with AI. They write them with ChatGPT. So it's like Kotaku, all that shit. They write their articles with ChatGPT. They're shameless, right? But these guys, if they even do talk about that, they have political motivations. They disagree with the political beliefs that a lot of these organizations, not even the organizations, the people the organizations employ that to write op-eds hold. And so they're mad that people who hold differing political views are talking about their video games. That is literally the core of this. That is what they are mad about. If he does talk about shit like these random gaming like platforms, gaming outlets now just like writing their articles with AI and being complete fraudsters at this point in terms of like having any value to offer to the gaming community, he's only going to do it in service of pushing a right-wing agenda. That's the sad thing. You're not going to get any real, arguments out of this. It's just going to be him kind of doing like Chud 2016 tier analysis.
modern media has totally forgotten this. P.T. Barnum is rolling in his grave. That and the fact that TikTok is the new P.T. Barnum. You can see a freak for free on your phone. Back in the day.
Whoa, TikTok bad. Whoa, trans people bad. Whoa, pink hair bad.
You had to pay at least 2 bits. Anyway, the job of a reviewer is to tell people about the product they're reviewing. But modern gaming journalism feels more about the journalist's personal beliefs than anything else. I assume this really ramped up with Gamergate, which I was ignorant of at the time, and still kind of ignorant.
Wait, really? Is he trying to claim that? This guy was big on Gamergate. Wasn't this guy huge on Gamergate? This guy was a massive Gamergater, wasn't he? Hold on, let me look at this guy's most popular videos real fast. Let's go to this guy's videos and sort by most popular. Let's see. So, oh yeah, this was back when he was doing the harassing Pokimane shit. A lot of his most popular videos are on Pokimane. Gaming video. Obi-Wokanobi, Return of the Fandom Menace, featuring the Critical Drinker, Mauler, and Nerdrotic. Dude, it is wild to me that JXC defends Mauler. Like, Mauler is legitimately just right-wing. Just straight up, just right-wing. Holy shit. The Litter Mermaid. G4 TV that hates gamers. The most savage man on earth rants. The Tinder trap is crap. Entitled Twitch Thought Invader V loses 87k after subscription fee rant. Anti-TikTok. Reject comic books, embrace Japanese manga. Him getting mad about a comic book being pro-trans. Anti-Rings of Power. No, this guy's a Gamergater. This guy's just a Gamergater who wasn't making content back during Gamergate. Literally all of his most popular content, literally up to like 4 years ago when he started making videos, is just Gamergate content. This guy was a Gamergater. He just wasn't making content during Gamergate. And he knows that like associating with Gamergate is really cringe, but he's literally just a Gamergater. JXC is so awesome, it's wild. They defend Mahler, but I guess they've been friends for super long. Yeah, it's just that, like, Mahler is very clearly, like, a reactionary. I think it's probably, like, a sort of, like, just sort of defend your friends kind of response. But, yeah, like, JXC is just objectively wrong about Mahler not being reactionary. He is absolutely right-wing, and his opinions on media are absolutely formulated almost entirely based on his political leanings.
Of now, despite the fact of being linked to Gamergate multiple times. With journalism that good, you could technically link me to Kennedy's assassination if your perception of reality is twisted enough. The point that I'm trying to make is...
Yes, there's no connection between this guy's content and Gamergate shit. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm buying it. I bought it. Hook, line, and sinker, man. I bought it.
I think I want gaming journalism sites to die. With trash sites like Vice and BuzzFeed going bang.
I agree, but for different reasons. I agree for very different reasons. I hate all the big gaming journalism sites too, for a laundry list of reasons that if this guy even recognizes or knows, it's only because he uses those reasons as backup for pushing a political narrative.
Bankrupt, I sit and count the days, waiting with bated breath for the end of Kotaku. And frankly, could you blame me?
The PlayStation 5 review.
Ah, that was a good old classic. It had a whole section about BLM and elections.
It also felt so pointless, just like everything I've ever done.
Like, bro, does PlayStation 5 do 4K 60 or not, you boner? I don't care about the election.
Okay, that's an op-ed, dude. Do you know what an op-ed is? Do you know what an opinionated editorial piece on a journalism website is? Like, of all the things to complain about, the one that was probably actually written by a person giving their opinion on the PS5. Like, yeah. Also, they're talking about the state of the world having an effect on access to getting a PS5, which is relevant to reviewing a PS5. The COVID pandemic and the response to it and the BLM riots are relevant to whether or not getting a PS5 is possible. Like, dog, I know you want to find a way to shoehorn in the idea that any form of referencing anything political in a talk about gaming must mean you're like a crazy SJW or whatever, but I would say when it came to the really impossible access to PS5s back when they first launched, I'd say COVID, the government's response to COVID, and the BLM protests had a pretty relevant impact on discussions around getting a PS5 and whether or not you should. I think that was somewhat relevant. I don't think they just, like, started talking about the election out of fucking nowhere. And even if they did, it's an op-ed. Like, who cares?
I'm trying to be Spider-Man, my dude.
Board Gaming Executive says some wildly sexist stuff.
Kotaku Journal.
The funniest thing, too, about this is, and I hate these sites as well. I hate to have to be put in a position where I'm defending these sites, but, you know, this guy's so incompetent at attacking these sites that I want to fall and see destroyed that I have to, like, go after him and, by extent, defend these sites. Of all the things to attack, you attack the things that aren't AI-generated, like, fluff articles, right? Like, if you, there's a really good test for this. Look up Final Fantasy XIV BIS Lancer level 30. Or any question about Final Fantasy XIV. Everything that comes up are sponsored articles by IGN or Kotaku or something like that. That's just a list of Lancer weapons written by AI pushed to you on top of everything else. I hate that shit. It makes me so mad. None of those articles written by big gaming publications about what is the best gear or like what is like anything that's like something somewhat, if it can't be proven mathematically to be the best and you can't just straight up Google it like that, then those articles will have just some AI written fluff and it's garbage. You have to add Reddit to the search. Reddit will help, yeah. You can add Reddit or you can add like a question mark or like a like forum or answer to the end and you'll find other stuff too. But yeah, Reddit's a big one.
Journalist talks about no one cares about. That's the article I'm writing or the video you're viewing now. On April 26th, Kotaku was blacklisted from Nintendo. And frankly, we all know they had it coming. The overall consensus on Twitter was jubilation.
It's preview day for Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. A huge game I would love for Kotaku to be able to inform its millions of readers about firsthand.
Funny if it weren't so pathetic. No, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway.
Fortunately, Nintendo still has its blacklist from advanced coverage, a move I would argue is both unprofessional and...
Did he like heighten the pitch of his voice out of nowhere or something? I don't know what's he... Oh, it's because he's reading the tweet, maybe? I don't know. Maybe he's reading something. These videos are really cringe. I feel like this is the kind of shit I would have been like binge watching nonstop when I was 17. But now as like a 23, almost 24-year-old, I'm watching this right now and I'm just like cringing to the core. Like unironically playing like the Joker clip, the Fire and Joker laughing clip about Kotaku getting blacklisted by like Nintendo. Like how much of a fucking loser can you be that is something you created without a hint of irony in your heart? It is your job to create stuff like that. This is literally your job. And you can like, you have respect for yourself, presumably. Maybe you don't. I mean, maybe he doesn't.
And coercive.
And that's very good news. No one deserves to suffer through the trash articles Kotaku pushes out.
The funniest thing, too, is who's making you? That's the funniest part. Like, gamers do not seek out gaming journalist outlets for anything at this point other than to dunk on them. Like, Game Informer, I guess, was like a thing, right? But like at this point, nobody reads game article reviews at all. Like, do you know who you know who I go to hear like a review for a game? I watch Before You Buy. Or if I want like an in-depth game review for a game I've already played, like an analysis, I watch like White Light. Or that Boy Aqua, I think, makes good game reviews too. Mostly like around Assassin's Creed. Like, yeah, there's some good stuff out there, but most gamers are watching YouTubers for their like opinions on media and games and stuff. Like at this point, the people who are consuming games journalist content are going out of their way to look at op-eds about political shit in the gaming sphere. It seems like that's become the market that they are in favor of, which is, of course, part of this video. But at the end of the day, that just means that he's just mad that these outlets have political opinions he disagrees with. Like, he agrees... Like, this is him being in favor of censorship in a way. Like, he politically disagrees with these outlets, and he wants to see them gone. He doesn't like the idea of there being platforms expressing opinions he doesn't agree with. Having a space in the community that he identifies with. That no doubt he bases his entire personality around. No doubt this guy, first and foremost, thinks of himself as a gamer. Before anything else, this guy is a capital G gamer.
Wait, people still read Kotaku? Actually, living people, and not clickbots hired to make impressions for a site they can claim are real people to their advertisers. Kotaku deserves nothing. You're wrong. Kotaku deserves bankruptcy.
I'm glad people agree with me on this. You know, I thought it was just being toxic, but it's actually...
Okay. I'm sorry. How insecure do you have to be to have commissioned this many Chad meme edits of your Rant Sona? This is the second Chad meme edit we've seen of your Rant Sona, dude. This is not a good look. Is his nipples hearts? Is that what's happened here? There's no way this is ironic. These dudes love trying to claim this shit is ironic, but it never is. You know who else tried to claim that this shit was ironic? Who remembers the OG? The OG Rant Sona, bro. Who remembers? Many of you guys don't even remember this guy. It's been so long. It's been so long. Dun, 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 dun. Show me the rant, Sona. Where is it? Oh, this is back when he just used the logo. Here it is. Yeah, boy. You know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about. No bullshit himself. Tell me this is not no bullshit vibes. His channel's long dead. He hasn't uploaded in years, but yeah. No bullshit was really the pinnacle of the type of content that It's a Gundam makes. When a channel of that type becomes so desperate for ad revenue and their genre falls off so hard and their fans like walk away to new content creators making the same shit so much that they become desperate and just eventually fall off the face of the earth and are completely forgotten as nothing other than a joke. No one remembers No Bullshit other than as a joke. Think about that. A few years ago, No Bullshit was rocking 800,000 subscribers, more subs than It's a Gundam, I think, and was making pretty much the same exact type of content as him and probably even getting more views. And now he's remembered by nobody other than as a joke. That is the end of the story for all of these people. It takes different varying amounts of time for each of them, but that's where all of them end up.
The overall consensus that we can all agree, united, whether
No
you're
Bullshit
Republican
hasn't
or
uploaded
Democrat,
news.
that Kotaku is trash.
Maybe don't tell people how to pirate Nintendo's games and encourage people pirating Nintendo's games, and Nintendo won't blacklist you, question mark.
Oh my fucking god. Wait, are Chud Gamers gonna come out as anti-piracy to spite game journalism outlets? Wait, all of a sudden game piracy is bad? I will admit though, to be fair, the worst of the worst gamers dick ride Nintendo. It's always the worst of the worst gamers that dick ride Nintendo. Nintendo's consoles are trash. Nintendo's practices, objectively anti-consumer. Nintendo is a shit company. The only thing Nintendo does that is good is make games that are good. That's all they do. Nintendo makes good games, and then they console lock them. They engage in some of the heaviest litigation against people who pirate their games that you can possibly imagine. And they have some of the heaviest copyright abuse you could possibly imagine they do against content creators who play their games for a long time and still to this day. And they make very bad, very overpriced, underpowered consoles that are an absolute scam. And the only reason why you would buy a Nintendo console is because you can only play Nintendo games on the Nintendo console unless you want to pirate it and figure out how to do fucking emulation. But if you do an emulation, there's a good chance you get your internet service shut down because Nintendo will literally send a cease and desist to your ISP and have your internet service shut down. They may even pursue legal action against you if you're the one who's like spreading the content. So it's like, yeah, legitimately fuck Nintendo, and gamers who defend Nintendo, like who stan it and whatnot, are actually like the worst of gamers. Like I think they are the worst of the gaming community. This is like my OG like PC Master Race talking points coming out, but like they're completely true. Nintendo is like one of the worst companies in the gaming community, and I don't know, like it has such an ooh-woo squeaky clean reputation because of their like their marketing and their way of presenting themselves, but they are literally on tier with Activision, I would say, in regards to how scummy they are. They're just scummy in a different way. Like they've Stockholm syndromed their fans. Nintendo fans have Stockholm syndrome. That's what it is. It's really that simple. Like they're just as shit to you as Blizzard or Activision. It's just that you're in love with Nintendo, and you will pay $400 for like a console that should be $200, maybe $150 at the most, just so you can play Tears of the Kingdom. Like, unironically.
Mark, what are you guys at now? Ubisoft, Bethesda, and Nintendo? On May 2nd, Luke Plunkett, I believe, posted this tweet in retaliation.
For the record, this is how I feel about publishers' blacklists.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
Our boy Luke posted this thinking it was some sort of imaginary badge of honor. He awarded himself the Purple Heart for fighting tyranny and corrupt companies. Congratulations, Luke.
I like how these people's disagreement with, like, political disagreement with some of these, like, journalists means that they're getting blacklisted by massive, like, game publishers that in most conversations are agreed to be, like, shit companies. Now we're defending them. Now we're defending Bethesda. Now we're defending Ubisoft. You know? Now we're defending Nintendo. Right? When it comes to dunking on a games journalist and wanting them to literally not have a career anymore because we disagree with them politically, now we're defending the massive evil corporations that are ruining the gaming industry. And they did the same thing back during Gamergate, by the way. If you guys remember, back when loot boxes and microtransactions and all the things that we consider to be banes to the gaming community today that are just everywhere now, that plague all games, when those were starting to become an issue, the Gamergaters ignored those issues and instead focused on, like, minorities being in games and games journalists, like, saying there's not enough brown people in The Witcher or whatever. And when you would talk to them, you'd be like, why are you so mad about this random games journalist being progressive or whatever when, like, this new game that's coming out is going to have, like, insane microtransactions? Like, Fortnite's microtransactions in the grand scheme of things are not that bad, but Fortnite's microtransactions 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or not 5 years, that's a bit too much, 10 years ago would not have been accepted. The gaming community would have lost their shit at the microtransactions with, like, the Fortnite, the Fort coins, fucking, what are they called, V-Bucks and whatnot. Like, gamers would have lost their shit about that monetization system that Fortnite has back in the day. They would have legitimately lost their shit. The only reason they don't now is because gamers have been conditioned to accept microtransactions in games. Microtransactions are a relatively very new thing that hopped over from, like, very shitty mobile games to, like, proper video games, and gamers for a while tried to fight it, like, back during, like, the mid-2010s, and by the late 2010s to today, it is now normal, and it is now the bog standard for just about every live service game to have hardcore in-game shops, microtransactions, and coins that you pay real money for. That's become the norm at this point. And people have gotten conditioned to just be fine with it. And a large part of that is back when that was becoming a big issue, a lot of the gaming community was being pushed by Gamergate to instead focus on, like, there's too many minorities in this game, or this person doesn't think there's enough minorities in this game, right? They're the ones obsessing with politics. These people are literally just making op-eds with their own opinions. I don't think any of these journalists have attacked It's a Gundam specifically. But this guy's job is to attack these random, like, people because of their political opinions. And I have no doubt I might get a response video made on me by him, and I'm sure I will have lots of his fans brigading my channel shitting on me. But if you're an It's a Gundam fan and you watch my video and you actually get this far and you actually, like, hear my arguments, even if you don't agree, if you hear my arguments, I respect that. I do respect it. You know, like, if you're willing to actually hear out somebody that your favorite YouTuber has told you shouldn't even listen to because they have nothing valid to say, it should be a pretty big red flag that your favorite YouTuber suggests that you shouldn't even listen to what the left has to say, like, not even consider it, not even hear them out. That's a pretty big red flag, but, you know, do what you will do. This video is really boring, and I'm already starting to cringe to the extent that I don't think I can take it anymore, but I think I've gotten the basic premise out, right? Gamergate and Gamergate-esque talking points hurt gaming. All this does is divert attention from real issues that like games are facing, real issues that are, like, hurting games. For example, this guy is actively defending game studios that are currently embroiled in drama for overworking their employees and subjecting them to crunch time. That's insane. And releasing games on top of that that are super subpar, and on top of that are also full of weird microtransactions that are arguably pay to win. Now, It's a Gundam is defending those companies because it's those companies versus a random lefty games journalist he doesn't like. These people will support all of the worst things happening to gaming if it means they get to own the lefties for a YouTube video that makes them money. It's just that simple. I hate to say it, but it really is. I think Gamergate actually contributed a lot to the degradation of the state of games that we're in now. And I think if you're a gamer, especially if you're like into your 20s and you've been playing games like for a while, I think you feel like the state of games as a genre being in like a lesser state at the moment. There are some great games out right now, don't get me wrong, but like games used to be better. That's just a fact. Games just used to be better. Nowadays it's like miss. Oh shit, this game was great. Miss, mid, miss. Great game, mid. It didn't used to be like that. It wasn't like that where you would play like, there would be a dozen games that come out that are super anticipated each year that end up being complete flops, that end up being terrible and complete over promises of what they actually can offer. That wasn't a thing back in the day to the degree it is now. It used to be that like games generally met expectations. Hell, the ET game was so bad for basically doing what games nowadays do all the time that I learned about it in school. That one Atari ET game that did literally what tons of games nowadays do. Like, think of how many games have basically pulled an ET. That was such a, like, unheard of thing back then that not only did it kill Atari, but I learned about it in school. Think about that. That kind of thing went down in history back in the day, but now it is a daily occurrence in the gaming, like, industry. It's wild. Yeah, it really hurt the gaming market overall, yeah.
When Kotaku inevitably goes bankrupt, I'm sure.
I guess we're finishing up the video. I'm not watching more of this. It's way too cringe. Anyway, I do hate Kotaku. I do hate all these outlets, and I do want to see them fall. But I want to see proper, actual human-run, non-corporately sort of constructed platforms come out in their place, right? A lot of these articles, a lot of these like platforms started way back in the early days of the gaming market, and they're not very, there just hasn't been a lot of time for survival of the fittest to have its effect in the gaming market when it comes to the gaming journalism, you know? So hopefully we see some alternatives come out of all of this that are better, because Kotaku and IGN just writing a bunch of their articles using ChatGPT is a pretty blatant show of how little they care about the ethics of what they're doing and like the actual integrity of what they're saying. It's pretty clear that they're just kind of churning out what they can. And the op-eds are made by real people, sure, and that's what this guy's mad about, which is completely separate from the real issue, but still. Yeah. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good, despite me having to react to a very cringe video.
The uglification of female.
All right. Salty Internet Pirate, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Hot damn, thank you so much. How many months is that? Says, I have a hard time believing these people are even gamers. They have a meltdown every time a woman is shown without mountains of boobs. Yeah, well, we're actually about to get into that in a moment, actually. Very similar topic to what you commented on there. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Was that a 1-monther? Yeah, thank you so much, Salty Internet Pirate. That is fucking dope. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So tier 3 subs are $20. Very nice. That brings us up to $125 in the dono goal. Thank you so much, guys, for your overwhelming support and generosity today. Please consider hitting the like button, though. Even if you're playing a game, tab out and hit the like button, motherfucker. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. It takes half a second to tab out and hit that like button, and you think, oh, well, it doesn't really count. I can just continue playing the game. No. No, you count. You tab out right now and you hit that motherfucking like button. I already did. If you already did, this isn't to you, okay? I'm referring to the people who are listening right now who haven't. Because I can smell you. I can taste you. I can hear you. I am in your walls. Hey, yo. I am in your walls. Sex cult ASMR? Hell yeah. Walter. Put your dick away, Walter. I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter. We've got too many viewers right now, so I'm gonna play a video that's gonna make a lot of people leave real fast. I feel like we've just got too many people watching, so... Alright. Hopefully this will reduce the amount of people watching real fast.
Sit. Now, here's what's gonna happen. Miss Wexler here is gonna take off her shoes, and then she's gonna take off her socks. You're gonna put your feet up on the table and start wiggling around your toes. And don't even think about washing them off. I like them dirty, and I like them smelly. Now after about 5 minutes of that, I'm gonna start chewing off each of your toenails one by one. Then Mr. Goodman will stick a pipe cleaner up my urethra. Now once my dick hole is big enough to holster a Snyder's pretzel rod with extra salt, the important part begins. You two are gonna have your normal run-of-the-mill sex just like you always do after a big con. Today you're Mia Khalifa and Johnny Sins. Then I'm gonna pretend to walk in on you. That's when Mr. Goodman will be heading to his jerk-off chair in the corner. And don't you dare forget to put on the thigh highs and cat ears. Now once you're all situated, I'm gonna lay down on that bed, and Miss Sexler will pull her pants down and take a shit on my chest. Now judging by the Taco Bell wrappers in your trash can, this is gonna be a messy one. I assume your immediate instinct is gonna be to clean it up. I'm gonna need you to ignore that instinct. I'm a dirty little pig boy, and I like to roll around in the mud. Dirty little pig boys need to be punished. Next to the bed, I've placed a car battery and some jumper cables. I'm gonna need you to attach those to my nipples and crank it up to 11. Now right when I start foaming at the mouth, Miss Sexler's gonna use her big, sweaty, smelly, dirty feet and step on my balls as hard as she can. After a quick soylent break, we're gonna go through every single sexual position in the Kali Yuga. Now do I make myself clear? I'm gonna be your bull now. Now I need to hear you say it. You're my bull. Now kitten, I'm gonna be on Discord later tonight, around 11:15 p.m. Do not keep daddy waiting.
It's not TOS. It's not TOS, but it's very awful. It's very awful for sure. Oh. Fucking hell, dude. Ugh. How did I not lose viewers from that? I was like, alright, I'm gonna play this and it's gonna make people go away. And no one left. God, you guys are resilient. I guess to be a fan of me, you have to be, because I do go on a lot of just out-of-nowhere rants about the most insanely disgusting shit you could imagine. I unmuted right as soon as he said, I'm a dirty little pig boy. And I'm not sure if my night can recover. Yeah. Yeah, the bottoms in chat are into that shit. You lost 12 viewers, but I gained 30 more. Yeah, but like the bottoms in chat were all in favor of that. I saw you guys posting that smuggy emote. Yeah, there it is. There's two emotes that denote a bottom, the smuggy emote and that one emote in Vosh's chat that's like the blushing looking down face. The one that's like or whatever. The flushed one, yeah. That's the bottom emote. As soon as I see that, I know someone's bottom right off the bat. It's wild. Like I'll be watching Vosh's stream and he'll describe like getting a hot steel rod shoved up your rectum repeatedly until it bleeds, and people in chat will spam that emote, and it's like a non-zero amount of those motherfuckers aren't doing it ironically. Yeah, like 100%. There's some people in chat that the people smugging in chat right now, some of you are ironic, but some of you aren't. Y'all are weird. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? After this, we're going to play some FF14. 3, 2, 1, action. All right. So, we are back. And today I'm going to be covering someone who I haven't really covered much before, but I have made one video on if I recall correctly. We're going to be covering Melanie Mack, the Butter Grifter, as I have dubbed her. For those that don't know, this woman is a TikToker and YouTuber who has desperately burst onto the scene trying to vie for a conservative audience. She's pushing all of the conservative propaganda like you would expect from any right-wing figure who's doing the grift, like the transphobia, the anti-woke stuff, all that kind of stuff. And she's also gone as far as to, like, eat whole sticks of butter on video to trigger the libs, I guess. Her reasoning is it's to trigger the libs. And I guess we're really owned here. I mean, we're gonna be real owned when you fucking die, but, you know, it is what it is. Recently she tweeted this. She just randomly quote tweeted this tweet and just started spamming the F slur. And then followed it with, I'm going to bed if I get banned tomorrow, just follow me on Insta, YOLO, good night F slurs. So she's like really trying to vie for like the conservative audience. Like she's not even mask off about it, right? But on YouTube, where you have to be a bit more careful about not being a bigot in order to maintain your livelihood, she's a little bit more mask on. And 4 days ago, she uploaded a video that has a terrifying 60,000 views saying, stop uglyifying female video game characters. So this is literally going to be a video of a woman who is a grifter making a video for horny teenage boys to say, isn't it so bad about how all female characters in video games now aren't just porn fuel? Like, it's literally, if a female character exists in a game and you can't jack off to Rule 34 of her, they will get mad. Like, ironically. Is this about the Fable protagonist? Almost certainly, yes.
The uglification of female video game characters continues. And yes, today we will be talking about that Fable girl thing. I don't even know. And I know... Before I really dive into this, let me just clear the air on some things. Because a lot of people, it's like their rebuttal is immediately going to be,
She's gonna say, oh, the people are gonna rebut by saying if you can't jack off to it, then you don't think it's a valid character. And she's gonna say, that's not what we believe at all. We just disagree with this idea that all these female characters have to look ugly. That doesn't mean they have to be sexualized. They just need to be beautiful. We just want there to be beautiful female characters. We're just fighting against the dissolving of there being beautiful, stereotypically beautiful female characters, which is of course bullshit, but it's their get around to like the blatant fact they're just mad they can't jack off to literally every female character that exists as like a character. Pre-watch? No, I just know exactly what she's going to say because I've responded to this argument before and I know what she's prepping.
I just want to fap to the characters. Like, they act like we expect these characters to look like they come out of something pornographic, and which is retarded because, dude, I think pornography is degenerate, okay? So that's not even what I want. Plus, I'm straight. People don't understand that women, especially, we like playing as attractive characters, if it's a dude or if it's a girl, okay? With girl characters, you know, try to unpack all of this, okay? Think of the power fantasy. A power fantasy for a guy is like being really strong and stuff. Power fantasy for a girl is being very attractive. So
what a self-report on so many levels. So for one, she's admitting that in her power fantasy, she's prettier. So she's admitting she's self-conscious about her looks. Very funny to admit that on the internet. Very much not a good idea. On top of that, this is funnier. She just indicated that she considers, both for her and other women, looks to be power. She just self-reported that she uses and even just recognizes, like, as like a normal thing, women using their sexual attractiveness as a way of getting things out of men. I'm pretty sure that's what she has self-reported there. That for women, a power fantasy is being pretty, because in her mind, if she's, you know, insanely pretty, she can get whatever she wants from men. I'm pretty sure she's just kind of giving away her, like, view. Like, and the funny thing is, this is a woman who's making content for, like, teenage boys who want a woman to tell them that they're oppressed and that actually women are awful, women are bad, women are doing all these things wrong, and men have it so much worse now. But at the same time, she hates men. You know for a fact this woman hates men. Or at the very least does not look upon them very positively, because you have to think men, or at least these men, are super pathetic to be able to make the type of content that she's making. That's specifically meant to be like this very maternalistic, like back-patting, oh, you're so oppressed, you've done nothing wrong content for a bunch of losers. Like, arguably a dumber version of Just Pearly Things. Yeah, arguably. Arguably dumber. I would love a conversation with this lady. It would go amazingly.
yeah, so when we play a game and we're really looking up to the protagonist, we want the female character to be attractive because that's like a power fantasy for us. And like I said, she doesn't have to look pornographic or anything.
I like the implication that there can't be traditionally unattractive female characters. Like, there's tons of male characters in games that are actually fairly diverse in regards to presentation. You could make the argument that, what comes to mind right away of a character who is not, like, a stereotypically, like a stereotypically attractive male character. Trevor from GTA is a good example. I was actually thinking of a completely different Rockstar example. I was thinking of the main character from Bully. Bully was one of my favorite games growing up. Great game. Main character from it, not exactly a looker. I think we can all agree. And I think that's intentional. Because his looks are not relevant to what he does or how he gets through life. And because of that, I feel as though, like, you couldn't make a game. Okay, You could not make Bully and have the main character be a woman. Imagine you made Bully, but you made the main character a woman in 2023. Imagine how much gamers would lose their fucking minds. The reality is, these people are trying to claim you're not allowed to have attractive female characters anymore, when in reality, pretty much every female character you see in games is made for fapping. Made for fapping, made for Rule 34. Marketing teams know that porn sells. I think even at this point, even Blizzard, which has indicated they don't like looting of their characters, even they know the Overwatch porn is one of the things that's keeping their game afloat. There is a lot of playing to men's horniness and desire to see pretty women, and this made-up desire for women to play pretty characters in games as their power fantasy as well. What's the real reality of this is that anytime you have an ugly female character or a woman who these people don't consider to be pretty enough for them, they lose their shit. It's not what they're claiming where you're not allowed to have pretty female characters anymore. It's that you're not allowed to have ugly female characters. These people say this and lose their shit and make videos about how, oh my god, you're not allowed to have hot female characters anymore. Why isn't it allowed anymore? It's one female character they don't find hot, and it's they lose it. Another example they'll use is Aloy. The further you go into these people's spheres, the more reactionary they get. The level of what is an attractive woman or not becomes more narrow. The further, the more you get into the more you get into into their spheres, right? They're more willing to admit what they find attractive and don't, and what they see as unacceptable, right? Aloy, I think most of the... I don't even think she would say Aloy is unacceptable. Maybe she will. She is pretty dumb and mask off. I don't know. We'll see. But the further you go, the more, they're willing to go mask off about the fact they only see women in games as valuable if they can be fapped to.
Because there's different ways to make a character look attractive without being raunchy about it, you know? Which I think Lara Croft was, and a lot of people argue against that, but I just think that's idiotic. The people are under the impression that women don't like attractive female characters, but where they're misguided on that is that it's the blue-haired land whales who don't even...
Jesus Christ. This lady literally has a stick of butter next to is that supposed to be a cardboard cutout of her or something? I don't even know. With a stick of butter, dog. Did a man write the script? Probably. Almost certainly her boyfriend or something wrote the script and this is their racket, but it's a very effective racket. The meme about Aloy? Yeah, let's see the meme. Yeah, so this is what they're mad about. They take a screenshot of Aloy looking mad. Because this is clearly a shot where she's scowling. She's looking at something or someone she hates. Intentionally angry looking. She's not making a pretty face right now. And then you've got this Photoshop edit that is literally yassification. I don't know if you noticed this, but this is literally makeup and filters to achieve this. They're literally mad that the female character that they're playing as looks like a real woman and not what women look like after they wear makeup and use filters on Instagram. There's makeup on here. This is makeup. This is lip gloss. This is eyeliner. And extended lashes, I'm pretty sure. There's got to be filling ins on the eyebrows here. This is makeup. This is how women look with makeup. Women don't look like this without makeup. I'm sorry, but they don't. I've seen a lot of women without makeup. They tend to lose the makeup after you have sex with them. And they don't look like this, okay? Women look a lot closer to this in real life than this. I'm sorry. It's just real, okay? This isn't a bad thing. Our society, a lot of women wear makeup because they want to, and a lot of, guys actually prefer women with makeup when they say they don't. But, like, if you've dated a girl before, you'll know that real-life women look a lot closer to this than this. And that the woman in this edit is literally wearing makeup. Do you know from experience? Yes, I've met women. I've had sex with women. I have slept with women, and I've seen them wake up the next morning and take off their makeup. They look different a little bit, usually. Yeah? She lives in the post-apocalypse. Obviously, she wouldn't have makeup, but the point of this is that chuds literally will make the argument that, like, no, you see, The Witcher 3, it's not a problem that there's not more brown people in it because it's actually based on Scandinavian folklore, okay? So naturally, all the human people in it would be white because it's based on Scandinavian folklore. You have to understand, in the lore, it makes sense that there's not any brown people, okay? You gotta understand, right? And then there'll be a game that takes place in the post-apocalypse, and they'll be mad the female character you play as isn't literally wearing makeup and doesn't have a constant Instagram filter on. And when you argue in response about how that's unrealistic, they respond with, "It's just a video game." And it's like, dog, you would have lost your shit if I responded it was just a video game, and like when you were getting mad about the criticism of there being not enough brown people in The Witcher. Like, oh my god. Yeah, Polish, sorry. That's Scandinavian. Polish counts as Scandinavia. Fuck you. I consider Europe to be basically just like an icy cold wasteland for the most part. I haven't been there, so maybe I'm wrong, but like when I think of Europe, everything other than France and Italy, I think of just like and Spain, I think of as like a frozen just wasteland. Not a lie. Poland is Slavic. That sounds like an icy wasteland place. Places that are Slavic tend to be icy wastelands, okay? It's true. Poland isn't Scandinavia. They're entirely different cultures. I'm racist against all Europeans. I don't know if you guys have picked up on this yet. Like, I don't know if you guys are new here, but I'm racist against all Europeans, okay? That's just how it is. I'm an Anglophobe.
Even really play video games anyway. They're the ones.
Wait. Okay, does this lady actually expect me to believe she's a gamer? Like, for real, does she expect me to believe she's a gamer? Because the last 2 days, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV, and I've recorded all my game time in the game. And it's 20 hours of footage from playing for 2 days. 20 hours of footage. That's real gamer shit, okay? Real gamer shit is when you sit down to play a game and you go into a fucking trance, and when you wake up from it, you've got piles of empty Monster cans, water bottles, and like snack wrappers around you, and you have to go get a trash can to put them into. Because like time faded away in the last 5 hours, you've gotten like 12 snacks, and they're just like accumulated now, and you look over and you're like, what the fuck? That is real gamer hours, okay? She has never done this. She has never experienced the gamer smell coming from her own body. Hypers in chat, if you've experienced gamer smell. There's a certain point where you play a game for so long, and that you've been like there's a point where you're so fucking addicted to a game. This has happened to me a few times. That you literally forget to shower. You just get on, like, new game comes out, you're super hyped for it, you play it nonstop, you play it till the sun comes up. Then you pass out. You wake up, you go pee, grab a snack, get right back onto the game. And, like, around 3 a.m. in the morning, like, 48 hours into your, like, nonstop gaming session, you're just like, guys, I need to go take a shower. That's happened a few times. Yuckzan, that is the gamer smell, okay? And you are not a real gamer if that has never happened to you, okay? When sometimes a new game comes out, a game you're really hyped for, you no-life the fuck out of it for a couple days, and you kind of decay a little bit, all right? You just kind of rot a little. Just a little bit of decay. This woman has never decayed from gaming, okay? And you do not get to call yourself a gamer unless you have literally gamed until you started decaying, all right? Listen, I don't do it anymore, but back in the day, you better believe when the classic WoW first dropped, oh yeah, I would fucking decay a little. Like, at least once a week, I would set aside some time to play classic WoW until I decayed.
Who don't like female characters to be attractive. They don't plan on playing the games anyway, but they don't want to be threatened by the characters, and it's just completely idiotic. Now, when you really think about an MMO, for example, and girls who play MMOs, how do they make their characters look? Cute or hot or beautiful?
Nope, it depends on which MMO. If it's Final Fantasy XIV, then yes, that is the case. Final Fantasy XIV has fashion as part of the game. Final Fantasy XIV is a bunch of different video games in one MMO. It is a housing sim, like The Sims exists in Final Fantasy XIV, but with real people. There's an entire, like, fashion simulator in the game. Like, fashion is arguably the true end game. Roleplay, ERP is a big part of the game. Erotic roleplay is a big part of it. Clubbing is a big part of FF14. I know she's referring to FF14 right now because it's the biggest MMO. And, yeah, that's why in FF14, which we're going to play a little bit of in a minute, that is why in FF14 it is predominantly, largely, you're going to see a lot of women playing very hot, like, slut-mogged out female characters, right? WoW, on the other hand, if you see a hot female blood elf, that's a dude on the other end of that character. That's a guy. That is a bro on the other end of that character 99% of the time. Women in WoW, the vast majority of the time, one, play Horde, so they're not even playing human women. They're playing, like, one of the monster races. And they're usually playing... I have met 4 verified women in WoW. All of them play... Yep, you got it right, Salty Shay. All of them played female Tauren. You got it right there. All of them play female Tauren. All 4 women that I met in WoW played female Tauren. Because it's the least sexualized race in all of WoW. Tauren males are probably pretty sexualized, though, for obvious reasons. But, like, Tauren females are the least sexualized race in all of WoW. And WoW players notoriously, like women who play WoW notoriously, don't want to be hit on by the weird, creepy guys on WoW. FF14, on the other hand, because the way they mold the game, markets itself to a very different type of person, and a very different type of player, and a very different type of play style. And that is why you've got so many hot cat girls and bunny girls that are actually hot, real-life gamer girls on FF14.
Some level of attractiveness. Like, we like playing as attractive characters. This is why I don't really play Bethesda games, because I don't want to play as an ugly character. Like I said, guy or...
I mean, yeah, you've got me there. I mean, not so much with Fallout. Fallout 4 and Fallout 76's characters are pretty good looking. But yeah, I'll admit, like, Skyrim characters, unless you really spend some time in the character creation, you're gonna have a fucking freak of a character if you make a Skyrim character. I'm sorry, it's true. I'm true. Like, you gotta spend some time with your character in the Skyrim character creator to not make a freak. Come on, admit it. It's why so many people use mods, like character customization mods, too.
Girl, which is funny, though, speaking of MMOs, because I actually, MMOs are like anything with a character creation. I usually play as a dude because I made up a character when I was like 15. But
no, it's because you don't want to be hit on by guys. Oh my god. Wait, why would you let this slip? Why would you let slip in your argument that you like playing as hot female characters as your shit and let loose that you play as a big male dude? Oh my god. You let it slip. You let the cap slip. Maybe she is a gamer. But she doesn't act, but she plays a male character. Oh. That's actually really funny she let that slip. Why would she leave that in?
But even then, he's got to look good. So on Elden Ring, I made that character again. So usually people have no idea. They're not even going to know. I mean, if my screen name is...
The katanas. The easiest fucking melee weapons in the game. I get that it's in like theme with the character, but the katana's really a dex bleed build. The easiest fucking build anyone could fucking go for in a Souls game. Also, this is probably your boyfriend's character. There are no women who play video games, as we all know.
Is attached to something, but no. Does anybody else do that? Does anybody else, when you play as a game where you customize your character in an MMO or anything, you play as somebody that's not you? You get to pretend like you're somebody else. That's
I usually try to make myself in MMOs if I can, and it's only recently, as I mentioned before, that I'm trying to RP a little bit more and live a little more vicariously, I guess the word is for it, when I play MMOs. It's why I made a Catboy in FF14. I very much wanted to make a Hure, just straight up human guy like I do in WoW, but I was like, both for the meme and also because if I'm going to relent and play FF14 anyway, I might as well like go full tilt in. I made a Catboy.
That's what I've done with Joe Powell here. Don't ask. I was a teenager when I made him up. Anyway, let's talk about this Fable girl
Fake
thing.
news.
Now, a lot of people too will try to push back, which I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me just watch trailer because I have not actually watched the trailer yet. I've only seen the pictures. Yeah.
Oh, we're finally doing this.
So let's see.
I was going to make a sandwich.
Okay, let's turn the captions off.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay, start.
Also, okay, so I should also mention, here's the big kicker of all of this. The characters in this game are mocapped real people. So, even though they're criticizing the looks of video game characters, these are real actors playing those characters, mocapping them. Those are their real faces, as you could recognize that actor there. So they're literally mad about real human people being recreated in a game and said real human woman not being hot enough. This person they're attacking, who they think is a character, is a real person playing that character with their face on that character. That's literally what, like, they're attacking a real person.
Off with the ugly dude.
Also, by the way, this is not unheard of in the gaming community, by the way. You know the voice actress and mocap actress who played Abby in The Last of Us 2, to this day receives death threats. Gamers to this day inundate the actress who played Abby in The Last of Us 2 with death threats, simply because they think that character was trans. They heard before the game even came out that character was trans, and so they seek out the actress who plays that character because they think maybe the actress is trans and send death threats. Is she not trans? No, she's not. No, Abby in The Last of Us 2 is not trans. A lot of people legitimately thought she was because right-wingers claimed she was. Abby, The Last of Us. To this day, there are conservatives who claim she's trans because she quote-unquote looks trans, I guess. But she's mocapped after, like, a real actress. So it's like, once again, conservatives see a real woman and they lose their shit, you know? Like I know she's in a video game, but she's also a real woman. Like, that's a real woman's face. So the right-wingers claim this character was trans and lost their shit because there was an announcement that there would be a trans character in The Last of Us 2. They assumed this character was the trans character. She's not. The real trans character is a trans, like, man and a child, by the way. And so they literally created an entire culture war narrative about this character being trans. And then she wasn't. And to this day, the people who never played the game, but still say they did, and maintain the political talking point that it was bad, say that she's trans, and it's like the easiest tell that someone's just repeating talking points they heard from their favorite right-wing YouTuber. It reminds me of that one meme, the Spider-Man meme, where it's like, oh, nice opinion. Did your favorite YouTuber give it to you? Like, yeah, just right away, you know, when they repeat that, like, the trans woman in The Last of Us 2, and it's like, okay, you just watch YouTubers who said that.
Think about heroes. Well,
It's animated well. Looks.
It's mocap.
The graphics are good.
Yeah, because it's mocap.
Uh-oh. Ah! Yikes!
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'll say the true heroes meet someone.
I like how it's just that one shot where she looks kind of goofy and the rest of the shots she looks fine. And now she's like trying to find, now she's just like, wait, what? Because she's realized that it's just that one shot that Twitter's lost their shit over.
Who's breaking new ground with fruit or veg on the agricultural side of things.
Dude, I don't want to get like demonetized. Sometimes this happens with trailers and stuff, but let me just kind of breeze through this.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's not, what are you talking about? It's a video game trailer posted by IGN. It's not gonna get fucking, like, claimed or fucking copyrighted. She's realized how bullshit this is. She's trying to skim for screenshots she can pause on. Because she hasn't seen the video, as she said at the beginning, and all she's seen are screenshots on Twitter. And what Twitter does is they find one frame where a character looks kind of goofy and they post that. She fell for like the YouTube thumbnail image like shot of someone looking goofy and thinking that's how they always look. Oh my god, this woman's brain has been poisoned by the internet. She actually fell for it.
Oh my gosh, it gets worse. The side profile.
Yep, told you. I told you she would wait and see if she could find a screen to pause on, because if it's in motion, she looks like a normal like person when it's not like a paused funny face, like when I pause on someone's funny face in a video all the time. And so like she's mad and had to skip through it because in motion she looks completely fine.
That forehead, why is the brow? Women, we don't have like a huge brow.
That's an actress who's been mocapped. That's an actress who's been mocapped. I love that so many of these people are so stupid. And you know she's lying about being a gamer too. Because she doesn't know about mocap and how obviously fucking mocapped this game is. Holy fucking shit. How do you respond, women don't look like this, in response to a actual real-life woman's face who is doing the mocap for the character? Oh my god. It's the sun shining on her forehead. Obviously, they have to pause, like, to find the frames that Twitter is losing their shit over, but, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. This is an actual woman, and this wasn't a character. Like, this isn't a woman's face who is, like, drawn up and designed by guys. Or random, like, game developers, or as this woman would say, blue-haired land whales or whatever. This was a actress who was mocapped, and her face was directly poured into the game. You know, like they do with a lot of other games, like God of War, like they did with literally the actor that the trailer opens with. This actor is in a ton of fucking shit, and that's literally his face. It's literally fucking laser scanned, like fucking recreated in the game. Obviously, because it's a video game, there's going to be a bit of, and I think that's what a lot of like people's complaints are actually centered around, is it's uncanny valley. What people are actually seeing in these screenshots that looks off is uncanny valley. Video game graphics in this game in particular, and this is apparently how the game's gonna look. This is in-game footage, not in-engine, apparently. We're getting to the point with video game graphics where in-game, it can look so close to, like, pre-render, attempting to look photorealistic, that it's, like, kind of awkward and a little bit uncanny valley. And I think that's what people are noticing, that are making them a little put off. And a lot of people are attributing it to this, like, conservative culture war shit. A really good example of a game that faced this problem, that's granted a fantastic game, but really dealt with the mocap uncanny valley shit pretty badly, are the Dark Pictures anthology games. Notably, the first game that started that off, Until Dawn. They mocapped real actors, they were voice acted, they were like acting out the scenes and everything, and there's some real uncanny valley there. Until Dawn, Uncanny Valley. Let's see if I can find some like particular... Here's a video about it. Until Dawn is trapped in the uncanny valley from MatPat of all people. Yeah, like, I think it's this effect that people are noticing, and it's being weaponized by the right to try to push this bizarre culture war narrative about, like, pretty women not being allowed anymore because SJW land whales want to destroy pretty women, I guess.
The other funny thing about this game is apparently it beats the butterfly effect over your head a lot.
Tiny butterfly, devastating her.
It really does.
Yeah, here's some of the.
I get to move.
Let's see what's going on. Right? These don't look like real
That face was terrifying, by the way.
You didn't quite make it out of the uncanny valley on that one.
We've got action.
Rough.
Hannah?
Beth? Hannah?
What is this?
Beth.
Oh wait, quick time. I'm sensing quick time events.
Okay.
Get your hands off my face.
Yeah, good sense. Gamers can just sense when QuickTime events are coming, dude. Anyway, yeah. Like, the Uncanny Valley with, like, mo-capped games where there's an actual actor or actress that's physically playing the character and having their face laser scanned into the game, there's gonna be a little bit of awkwardness because it kinda... it is literally impossible to simulate every facial muscle we have, so, like, they create a mesh of a much smaller amount of facial muscles to simulate it, but the lack of facial muscle movement leads to there being this, like, it leads to a lot of weird things that make the movement look a little weird. And this game looks great. Like, Fable's mocap, and this is in-game footage, this is insanely good looking, is pretty spectacular. But, yeah, this is very blatantly just, like, needing to have these, like, yeah, see, she immediately switches to Twitter. She goes to the ArcCast's Twitter, of course, the Nazi Warhammer guy. And she has to find screenshots from Twitter. She can't watch the trailer anymore and makes up some bullshit excuse of something that never happens about game trailers being copyrighted. That's not a thing, by the way. Like, IGN game... No, that's not a thing. She made that up and literally had to stop watching the trailer because showing the trailer and showing the motion ruins her point. So she immediately has to open Twitter to show the, like, cut screenshots because that's all you need to be looking at. Because that's what pushes the narrative. The same thing goes for Aloy, by the way. I showed the image before where we see Aloy in that, like, yassification edit. If I show you what Aloy actually looks like, Aloy, Horizon, Forbidden West. Like, if you actually look at how she looks... If you actually look at what Aloy looks like when she's not scowling, I've never even played this game, but when you look at her when she's not literally scowling angrily at something she apparently hates, look at that. Look, when you don't take a screenshot of a single frame where she's scowling, wow, she don't look that bad, huh? And that's, like, I found one where she looks like she's actively, like, in battle from a game screenshot. Let me find one that's, like, a more flattering image. Like, here's her put in a more flattering light. And obviously she's not wearing makeup or anything because dinosaur tech apocalypse. But, like, let's be real. That screenshot is purposefully deceptive. People were trying to push a narrative, and they were desperate to do so for political purposes. Did you see her tweet where she said she wasn't going to see Across the Spider-Verse because of the Protect Trans Kids sticker in Gwen's room? Yeah, that was from back before the right got their messaging straight on Into the Spider-Verse, or Across the Spider-Verse. First it was, we're boycotting it because it's gone woke, and she did that. And didn't catch the memo that, wait, holy fuck, this is going to be popular no matter what, we have to claim it. And so now they're trying to claim it and say that, like, the woke people are trying to co-opt it by saying Gwen Stacy is trans. And they're very desperate to try to, like, make it seem like the trans flag meant nothing now, when they were literally losing their shit about it a month ago. It really is wild how quick they will just completely change their opinion on something when they realize that if they have a different opinion on it publicly, it'll be of strategic value to them. Because they don't have any real positions other than win. That's it. Hate minorities, maximize hate and death of minorities, and win. And consistency isn't always conducive with winning, so they are inconsistent as fuck if it means they think they'll win. Yeah. I think that was a good segment. What'd you guys think of that one? Oh yeah, I saw that One Piece 34. Hell yeah. Heavy Gretel, thanks for the tier 1 gift sub to Minimum Volts. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Very based. Ugh. Says, now you can spam dicks with us. Hell yeah. I love the dick spamming. Alright, chat. Are you guys ready for a little bit of FF14? I think I'll play the game on stream for like an hour. I don't really want to do anything progress-wise in the game, though. I just kind of want to get a group of players together and see how many, like, fans I can get friended, because I have it set so friends are yellow names in-game. So I want to see how much of a big group of yellow names I can get in Limsa Laminza. Wait, they're down? Oh, maintenance! Wait, maintenance are happening. Oh, maintenance is happening, right? Oh, fuck. Yeah, when's maintenance end? Yeah, all servers are down because of maintenance, I forgot. For the next 4 hours, damn. Yeah, never mind, maintenance tonight, I forgot. Yeah, I was reading those warnings like, fuck, I hope I'm not awake when that happens. I hope I'm, like, asleep through that maintenance. Fuck. Ethan, man, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? It's over. I guess we could play retail WoW. We can play Dragonflight until maintenance is over. I want to level my fishing and my cooking. That is the noise I make when maintenance happens in any game that I play. That's my death noise, my gamer death noise. And that's my after death noise. I wanted to see Xandercat. Okay, since I can't show you guys Xandercat, what if I show you my footage? Not all of it, but some of my footage of me playing FF14. There's no voice, it's just gameplay that I recorded. But, you know, gameplay, it's still what it is, you know? See this? It's almost like I'm playing the game. Look at that. Yo. It loads. And then I make my character, and I fight the fucking Shadow Lord or whatever this guy is. I actually don't know what his deal is. No spoilers, chat. And because I'm playing as a Dragooner, or a Lancer, I see the Dragooner armor there. Pretty cool. Some Moogles. This is my Catboy. You can see me slowly taking the time to read every line of dialogue, regardless of whether or not it's voiced. I am consuming the story. This game is pretty. It's getting a graphics update soon. I'll skip to when I'm doing gameplay and things are interesting. Yeah, you start in Gridania as a Lancer. It's pretty cool. Yeah, there's like a big Apocalypse. So, this game has a very interesting history. Apparently, the original Final Fantasy XIV was an extremely low-budget, dog-shit MMO. Like, just a horrific, awful, poorly made, terrible, dying, awful MMO. The original 1.0 Final Fantasy XIV. But those that stuck around and played it, there was a big event towards the end called the Battle of Carteneau. Where, like, a cutscene plays and the game ended, essentially. And they essentially gave control of the game to a brand new guy and had him rebuild the world of the game. Literally rebuild the world of the game, create a whole new narrative, a whole new world, overhaul everything about the game with a much higher budget, and called it a Realm Reborn, making a whole brand new MMO, basically just Final Fantasy XIV 2.0. And that is the game that you see starting here. They worked it into the lore. Their way of working into the lore, they swiped the slate clean and made a whole new game because the old game was shit, was that there was a giant cataclysmic event after a big battle that reshaped the world and nobody can remember it. But you are one of the heroes that fought in that battle, called the Battle of Carteneau. And, miraculously, I guess you've survived. I don't know any more than that, if I'm being honest with you, and I don't want to know from you guys. I want to learn from the game. All I know is you're alive, and you're very clearly one of those people. And, yeah. No one knows that you are, though, because everyone's memory's been wiped. And so that's been their way of working in this sort of, like, yeah, show the trailers. We'll watch the cinematic. We'll watch, like, the opening cinematic of the big cataclysmic event that sort of starts off a Realm Reborn, which is what I'm on, the start of FF14 that you'll be starting if you play now. By the way, literally, if you start playing now, it's free. Like, no sub fee, no buying expansions. You literally get to play all of A Realm Reborn and all of Heavensward and, like, do all the content. There's, like, a few things you can't do, like trading between other players. Like, there's just some stuff. I'm not showing any trailers past the first one, Ethan. I don't want any spoilers. I'm just showing the one for the big, I'm just showing the Realm Reborn trailer. Realm Reborn trailer. Yeah. No, I wouldn't spoil it for chat, and I wouldn't spoil it for myself. There's two. Do I watch the End of an Era one or a New Beginning one? They're both 10 years old, and one has way more views than the other. One has 3 million, one has 7 million. The End of an Era one has 7 million. I'm worried, like, one is the end of Realm Reborn, like, cinematic. That would be not good to watch. This is also my first ever Final Fantasy game. I should mention that as well. I've literally never played a Final Fantasy game a single time, ever. But yeah. I've got a video on my recommended. Asmongold finally enters Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, and it's literally the screenshot is him walking up, like, a snowy steps, and there's, like, 1 million people there standing there to watch him, like, I guess pass into the new the second expansion, or the first expansion. That's pretty cool. End of an Era is the Cataclysm from the old game, I think. Oh, so this is the original cuts. Okay, so my understanding is, if you played the original FF14, the original shit 1.0 MMO, that was like, to give you an idea of what FF14 1.0, let me show you what it looked like. Like, let me show you what the game physically looked like. Ooh, that's not so good. Ooh. Yeah, I think there's been a pretty big upgrade. The game fundamentally functioned differently, looked different, and in every way was worse. Crunchy. That's a good way to describe it. Final Fantasy 1.0 was fucking crunchy. It was crispy and crunchy, okay? Now Final Fantasy is gooey. Now it's like a nice, warm, gooey filling, you know? Anyway, if you played to the end of that like first initial version of FF14, at the end apparently you would get this cinematic, and this is what the players who played to the end of that saw, and then it just ended. Like, servers just shut down, it was just over, right? And then eventually the second cinematic happened, and that's what we'll watch next. But yeah, this is the whole like Cataclysm event they did to wipe the slate clean and worked it into the lore, which I appreciate. Like I like that they made it like part of the lore, and I want WoW to do something like this because it's so outdated. Yeah, this made no sense to me when I first watched it, because none of it mattered. Like, I didn't understand what was happening. It was just ridiculously over the top for no reason in my mind. But now it's pretty cool to watch knowing what it means and what's going on. To a degree. I don't know everything, but I know what's happening here and why. Limsa, no! No! Not the Catgirl brothels, no! No, Ulda, not the bunny girl brothels. Yeah, fuck the elves. No one likes Gridania. FF14 1.0 did not look like this, by the way. Apparently, I haven't even seen the extent to which they are basically just Nazis yet, but apparently the story of this game is very based. Like, at least for the first expansion or two, apparently you're fighting, like, basically Nazis. Oh, dude, it goes places? But I know at least in the beginning, like, you're basically, like, the villains are Nazis, and that's just, that's who you're fighting. Like fantasy Nazis, basically. They're fascists. Should I explain what's happening here? Like, why this is happening? Basically, these are, like, fascists that are attacking a nation called Eorzea because they want to have it. Because they're fascists and they're imperialists. They have more motivations than that, and it's a little deeper than that, but for now all you need to know is they want to invade Eorzea. Their method for doing so was like, you know what we should do? There's a giant... the moon. It's called Dalamud. There's a giant moon that's just kind of over the world. And it's a giant spaceship prison in reality. He looks up at it here. It's a giant spaceship prison in reality for a giant dragon. And the Empire, the Garlean Empire, decides we're gonna break open this prison and drop the dragon, Bahamut, onto Eorzea and just have them have it wipe everything out. But to do so, they have to wage a battle here and like achieve that. Like, everyone here is trying to stop this from happening. Like, all the heroes, all the main characters, all the leaders of, like, the good guy groups. They're all trying to prevent this right now. And the Nazis are trying to just, like, bring down an apocalyptic event on this part of the world, essentially. Issue is, I'm pretty sure doing this knocks the entire world back technologically. Like, 5 years. Into the, like, quite a bit, but 5 years in the future, even the Empire is still kind of fucked from it. So this kind of hurts everybody. Yeah, like, this is one big ultimate final battle that happened, and it was, like, all or nothing for the Empire. So they took some pretty bad losses from this, but it was, like, their ultimate endgame to try to, like, fuck over the good guys was to do what they're about to do here. That's my understanding so far, at least. Obviously, I'm very early in the story right now. I'm gonna piss on the moon! I will say, I appreciate an MMO story where the bad guys win. And that's what happened here. The bad guys won. And the world suffers for it and has massive impacts. Okay, imagine a World of Warcraft expansion where the villain wins. Imagine if instead of doing, like, Dragonflight, which is really good, if the end of Shadowlands led up to the jailer winning. Yeah, I'll play it uninterrupted in a second. I know you guys want to hear the... I know you guys want to hear the fucking chorus. I know. Imagine the jailer wins at the end of Shadowlands. And he resets reality and recreates it. And that's how they justify their own, like, Realm Reborn type, like, reset in WoW. Can you imagine how fucking good that would be? All they need is to make an expansion where the villain wins. And they can justify a complete reset on WoW. And that's what I really want. I really do think that WoW fundamentally needs a massive reset. Like, story-wise, world-wise, storytelling-wise, just across the board. They need to essentially do a Realm Reborn. Yeah. And effectively, I think now's the best time to do it. Considering they've now created, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the Dragon Isles is the last piece of Kalimdor. Like, I don't think there's any other pieces of Kalimdor floating around out there to discover, like an extra continent to throw in there. I can't see them adding another one. It seems like the puzzle pieces all come together to form about the size of Kalimdor. So, like, you know, I think it's about time that, like, the world that they've made be the world, and they work on, like, telling a story in that world, rather than just keeping on adding more land to tell a new story and make everything before it redundant. Imagine you played FF14 1.0 and you're just like questing. Let's just start playing. Like you're just questing, all of a sudden the screen fades to black and this starts playing out of nowhere. And you just get disconnected from the game. It's like the fucking Fortnite meteor event, or a black hole event. Apparently the Fortnite black hole event was an homage to this. Dog. Could you imagine fucking playing 1.0 and that just happens? And you're like, oh, I guess the game's gone now. Oh, I kind of like that MMO. It was, like, not very good, but, like, people, you know, it was okay, you know? I enjoyed it, right? And then you're just vibing. And, like, I don't know, a couple months later, you guys can tell me, you see this on YouTube. Is this gonna be the full? Yeah, it's gonna play the first trailer again, but there's more. And this is the current game. You know, it actually makes sense a lot of trans people play this game, because this game literally transitioned, and it was a glow-up. This game literally transmaxed. Yo, Chocobo Racing, I haven't done that yet. Kick of Hearts. I like how they knew, before they even dropped the game, the Catgirls would be in Limsa. These are all characters in the story. This is a very story-heavy RPG. People like to say this game's more of an RPG MMO than an MMO RPG. So all these characters that you're seeing, much like the original Vanilla WoW trailer, a lot of them are like characters, you know? Or at least some of them are. Like, these are characters you'll meet in the story, and they're very relevant. Or at least so far they have been for me. Bro's going out to sexually harass some women. That is what it is. That's a mountain. Ice crown. These guys got teleported into the future. They should really kick that black mage that found them, though, because they're gonna wipe pretty fast if that guy doesn't know how to play his class. Like, they should kick him. Like, right away. They should kick him. And they should bring in, like, a red mage instead. Yeah, I would kick him from the group right away. There you go. Trying to avoid spoilers. We're not watching any further than this, because anything past this is spoilers. But, yeah. This is how they did their big reset in the game and literally remade the game from the ground up. It's literally a brand new game. And, it's very good. And the way that Final Fantasy XIV does the game, I don't know how to explain this. Okay, if you've played MMOs before, like WoW, you're probably used to vanilla WoW comes out, right? And then you get TBC, making pretty much everything in vanilla not worth running other than maybe trying to get certain really high-end raid gear and like transmog stuff, but that's before transmog. Like you want to get like certain drops maybe, right? Maybe you're farming for gold, but like other than that, pre-TBC content when TBC comes out is pointless to do. And then Wrath comes out, and all the stuff in TBC becomes pointless. Like mounts and stuff, yeah, but like, for example, Fell Iron becomes pretty much valueless the second Wrath drops. Although, to be fair, you can still level up your professions through it, and that's one of the benefits of the classic versions, but like, as you go through expansions, then you get Kata, and then you get Pandaria, and then you get WoD, and then you get Draenor, or sorry, then you get WoD, and then you get Legion, which is pretty good, but still. And it goes on, but everything afterwards becomes effectively irrelevant. Like, nobody's doing the old content. The old content isn't relevant. It isn't liked. It's sort of like, if Blizzard could, it feels like they'd want to just shear it out of the game and make the game just the new 10 levels and the new current content, if they could. And that's not how this game does things. When you play this game, from beginning to end, as you level your way through the expansions, everything you do is relevant. Your friends who are max level in the most recent expansion, playing with you, who's like a brand new level 30 Lancer, when they run like low-level dungeons with you, they're getting like things for it that let them buy high-end gear. Like, they're getting rewarded with high-end gear for running, like, low-level old content with you. The game is built around old content remaining relevant forever, which is something WoW does not do. So when you play through this, you play through all of the expansions slowly, as if it was the newest expansion that just came out, because that's how the game is made. And you're not meant to think about what expansion you're on. You'll know, but you're not really meant to think about it. You'll just suddenly be hit with the fact that, oh, this expansion just ended, I'm on a new one, and the story is going to, like, continue. You'll see a big boost in, like, the budget and the quality of cinematics and all that stuff. But, like, yeah. Granted, I'm speaking mostly from my friend's experience, but this has been a unanimous take from the game. Like, everybody fucking loves this game. Like, it is a very well-liked MMO. It is a very well-liked MMO. Anyway, I feel like we did a good job of stun locking on FF14 for a while. I'm sorry the servers for the game are down and I can't stream it for you guys, but you know, it's rough scene. Yeah. Yo, Zan, are you going to be building a community in FF14? Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I am going to make... So as you all know, I already have a Discord server for my WoW guild. But that WoW guild is not... That guild is not just for WoW. Obviously, I started with Classic WoW, but it's for playing other games too. So if you want to join and hang out with me on FF14, perhaps even join me and Ethan's Grand Company, I want you to message Balthazar. And I want you to Balthazar and or Doge Professor, I don't know which name they are on my Discord, or Ellen Degenerate, as normal. Message your, like, application to join my Discord server, and for, like, the like, WoW stuff, and that will get you into my Discord, and from there we can work everything out. Yo, Alex, I've actually set up a Discord for this, for the company and everything. Do you want to make it public, or do you want there to be application to join the Discord, though? And I've already got a bunch of people who are, like, already kind of, like, we know they're chill, and we've already got a system for that, so I can just kind of bring them into that Discord from there. It's public with an application channel? Oh, shit. I forgot. Ethan's, like, good at Discord. I forgot about that. All right, yeah. Okay. Do you want to put the link in chat for people who want to join the FF14 guild? By the way, the game is free. Joining is free. Playing, like, well far ahead of where I am is free. Like you literally don't have to pay a dime for this game for like hundreds of hours. Really. Like I'm pretty sure you can literally get hundreds of hours out of the free trial on this game on one character, just leveling your different professions and whatnot, and your jobs to 60 and doing the story and side quests. But I will say you probably are going to, like, you're just probably going to end up buying the game when it comes to it, because you're just going to be like, I need more, you know? Already made my character, how do I apply? How much longer is stream? I do have a few more things to do. Is there anything? I mean, we'll watch an FF14 video. We'll watch is it monthly? Like, WoW. No. Well, is it? I think there might be a monthly sub, but I think it's like really generous or something. Like, I remember seeing like the sub fee or whatever for FF14 and being like, wow, okay, this game is way more pro consumer than anything else. Oh, Prime Kais, thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. Thanks for all the people coming in. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, we're just talking about FF14 right now. It's just kind of I'm just wrapping things up. We're just kind of like stun locking and vibing out about FF14, which I recently just started playing. It's like 13 or 12 or something. Yeah, it's not a lot of money. But you won't need to pay for it until, like, you'll be able to play so much of the game that if you just want to play the free part, then you'll be happy with it. Like, it's worth just getting to play the free part of it, because I've been playing nonstop for 3 days. I've got hundreds of hours, like, ahead of me in gameplay, probably, before I hit the wall, and I have to pay a single dime. It's a monthly sub. It's not as expensive as well, and there's a cheaper option if you're okay with being limited to one character. Oh, yeah, so one thing I will say is, this game, alts are not really a thing. Unless you want to play as, like, multiple different races, this is the kind of game where you make your one character, and because when you pick your class or your professions, you can do all of them on one character, and you can switch between them at will. There's no committing, right? Like, if you make your character and you pick the class you don't like, just go pick up a new job and play that instead, and so on, right? You don't need to make a new character, and alts aren't really a thing at all, so because they're not needed. So you can pay a really cheap sub fee that limits you to only having one character, but it's the kind of game where you only need one character. Like, I can't imagine a scenario where I make a second character. Like, it's so unnecessary. There's no reason. There's literally no reason. You can be more than one class on one character, I think. Yeah, you can literally be every class and profession on one character, yeah. Right now, I'm, like, the way that classes work in FF14 isn't like in most games where it's like, okay, you pick your class when making the game, and then you pick up professions, and those are the professions you have. No. In FF14, there's not classes, there's not professions, there's jobs. All of them are one and the same. Being a lancer is a job in the same way as being a fisherman or a cook or a carpenter is a job. So you switch between, like, modes, like gameplay modes, based on which profession you feel like doing or what class you feel like playing. So equip a lance, and you become a lancer, and you switch to your XP bar and your level for lancer. Switch to your frying pan, and you become a cook. You switch to your clothes and your gear for cooking, and you get your level up bar for cooking. And the cool thing, so cooking is obviously the one crafting thing that I've gotten into so far. It's a mini game. It's a combat mini game. You have a cooking rotation. It's insane. Hold on. FF14 cooking showcase. Look at this fucking shit. You have a full-on rotation for cooking. WoW players who see this, that like professions, are gonna lose their fucking mind. This video is called FF14, This a Cooking Game, man. You could literally just spend all your time cooking in this game. Bro, lava fishing. Fishing in this game's really good. I like the two gay bunny boys this video features. This game has a massive LGBT player base, by the way. If you're like gay or trans or whatever, and you're like, I don't know if I want to get into it because I get shit in games, whatever. No. You will never be more surrounded by gays than on FF14, okay? Holy shit. It's wild. Alright, let me see if I can find some good cooking gameplay. Let's see some gameplay.
Welcome to a very brief introduction to crafting for all those among you that want to get started but feel overwhelmed by the complexity that crafting in Final Fantasy XIV is offering. First of all, you have to understand.
Those are your fucking bars, by the way. You have a full-on rotation you maintain during crafting to maximize the... You want to, like, not progress it before you've maximized the quality if you can, but there's also limited durability, but you also have limited power, and you can refill that with certain abilities, but that reduces your amount of durability, and so you have to balance everything, and, like, it's very much skill-based. You literally have a crafting, cooking, whatever rotation. It's wild.
And that crafting here is a complete different topic compared to crafting in other games, as you literally have rotations like you have with battle jobs, so crafting an item in high quality, especially an endgame item, will demand you to take down some crafting mechanics and use all of your discipline of the hand knowledge to get out the desired result. So to accomplish this, there are multiple stats and values that you have to know and understand. First, your crafting menu, which shows durability, progress, quality, condition, and HQ percentages. Starting with progress, which indicates that a craft is finished when completing it, so whenever you fill this bar, your craft will end and you will have the result of your work inside of your inventory. The stat quality below the progress bar, on the other hand, indicates if your item will be in normal or non-quality or in high quality, while some items like chocobo bardings or most glamour stuff don't benefit from being high quality or cannot become high quality at all. All gear that is having stats on it should always be crafted into a high quality item to gain the optimal stats and become an item that its item level is indicating. For example, only a high quality 510 item can really be seen as such. The no quality item would be way below the actual value of 510, so never use gear with stats on it that is not having this shiny symbol attached to it.
Everything you make, you want to be making looking like having that symbol on it. Like, you can make stuff that doesn't have this on it that's, like, imperfect, but, like, you want to be making everything perfect quality if you can. And the higher your skill gets, the better you get. Like, the more possible it is for you to make things at a perfect skill, like, very quickly and easily.
The only exception is the case when you simply just want to boost your item level to accomplish the minimum.
Every recipe is treated by the game like an enemy. And you start the recipe when you start cooking it and you have the ingredients, and you've got the two different bars and the durability, and you have your rotation, and every recipe has a different level. Like, every recipe has a level, and it's treated like an enemy. Like, ah, yes, this is a recipe, level 12. It's going to be a bit of a tough one, but if you're level 30, that level 12 recipe is not going to be so hard, just like if you're level 30, that level 12 mob's not going to be so hard. Because every recipe is treated like a mob that you'd fight, and every cooking scenario or crafting scenario is treated like a fight in terms of the gameplay feel, which makes it so engaging and fun. Like, I am addicted to crafting in this game. Fishing, too.
Minimum item level requirements of a dungeon or raid, but note that you're turning in real value of your gear into fake value. Apart from that, while you should definitely watch Wesk Alba's more extensive video about crafting, there's one line that I have to disagree with. Every non-quality craft is a failed craft. Oh no, my friend, absolutely not. Back in Heavensward, I literally got my first 100 million gil without being able or getting myself into the topic to do real crafts. So I just crafted chocobo bardings or normal quality crafter gear. And while selling the bardings normally, I sold the crafter gear for half or less than that for the high quality price. And man, you're so wrong when considering this to be useless. Sometimes people just don't need the cool Nike shoes, but a simple Amazon Basics one may be perfectly fine for their needs. So when it comes to making profit as a crafter, never consider the foul apple to be only waste. The keen craftsman can possibly turn it into tasty apple juice. Alright, this out of the way, back to our craft menu and values. Each of these actions increasing your progress or quality bar will generally reduce your durability by 10 per action used. And when your durability is reduced to 0, your craft will end and you lose the materials.
I'm sorry. This YouTuber is 100% a degenerate. Like the random filthy Franks clips interspliced in along with the cat girl character they play. This person's definitely a degenerate. And I mean that very endearingly, but definitely a degen.
Unless you have a skill that is saving them. So to avoid that, always
you know what this guy's doing with this cat girl character at night in Limsa. You know what's going down in the player housing in Limsa at night with this cat girl character. You know what's happening. You know what he's doing. We all know.
Try to get your progress bar filled before reaching that 0 on durability. And without rushing into details, there are quadrillions of skills to help you out in either reducing the spent cost for your progress and quality push skills or returning durability with other skills. So for example, on high level, just plainly crafting ingredients that you need to craft bigger things like equipment may already require a whole rotation, even when not going for a quality ingot. And if you compare the progress and quality numbers of the low level craft to the ones of the high level recipe, how the heck do we get there? Simply by increasing your disciples of the hands level and the connected item level and stats like craftsmanship, control and CP by earning crafter gear. Yes, you need really good and pentamelid gear to achieve high quality on the highest recipes available.
I refuse to ever say that acronym, and I always just say power. If that's if that's what a particular class uses. I refuse to say that acronym. I simply refuse. I will not refer to it by that acronym. Cyberpunk got fucked by that too.
So it's not only leveling up your crafting job to max level, but also to get some gear for it. And when talking about your stats, craftsmanship heavily increases the power of your progress skills, while control is used for the quality department. But note that there are multiple skills serving as multipliers for this stat. So the raw number doesn't matter that much as long as you meet the requirements of the recipe shown in your crafting log. The most important stat though is CP.
No, you have to stop, man. Dude, can you imagine somebody in a fucking raid? They're like trying to use their abilities, but they run out of power. And they say, "Ah, shit, guys, I've ran out of CP." Dude, it would be fucking over, bro. It'd be fucking over. Why would they call the power in this game that? Why would they do that? There's so many games that do that. I actually would prefer if it was PP. I prefer PowerPoints. I want, like, PP to be the acronym. Chat, you know you're just... Yeah, okay.
This will allow you to use more special tricks and skills that will help you out in maintaining a good flow of quality and progress push, while hindering your durability to be reduced to 0. Basically all abilities other than hasty touch or basic synthesis require CP. So this really is your life's blood, and after you fulfill the recipe's control and craftsmanship requirements, you always want to go all in on CP because of having the most important value to grant you access to your crafting kit. Also know that food buffs and craftsman's tea, where you can use both together, can heavily increase your stats, especially CP values, so make use of these basically every time you're starting an intense craft, other than just quick synthesizing base materials. Which is also another option to get out a whole bunch of base materials for your leveling progress, because on endgame recipes the quick synthesis feature is not available anymore. But until you get there, you first have to level up a crafting job by doing Leaf Quest, Ishgard Restoration, or simply crafting tons of things. So check out my leveling guide and Wesk Alba's video about crafting, or check out Zane Lionheart and Ash10 for many helpful tips about crafting in general. German viewers can also visit Charles, who is a wonderful content creator and passionate crafter as well. So thank you all for watching, and stay tuned for more crafting content coming on this channel, as well as all things regarding Final Fantasy XIV.
You better believe all the lines in FF14 where they just say "come" in a very awkward way, I'm going to make into that edit, like that meme edit where it does with like the black outline in the frame. There are a lot of opportunities for that meme edit in my video, and they're gonna be there. I don't know why they do that line delivery, but they do. Alright, everybody. It is time for me to read the last couple donos and wrap things up. Lefty McLefterson, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Said, Zan, you ever play the Jagged Alliance series? It's like XCOM. Nope. But more RPG stuff. Jagged Alliance 3 comes out this July. Not really my thing. Never liked XCOM. Never really liked that kind of game. I'm sorry. It's just not my thing. But might look at it, maybe. But it's just not a genre I enjoy. Black Rose Jaden, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub over to Fish Sneeze. What an amazing name. I don't know why, but that's a good name. Said, I have to go to bed, but thank you for making me have a chill night and making me laugh. I'm glad I made you laugh. I'm glad I did, and have a great night. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Oh, Ethan says the Discord's ready. All right, spam that link in chat, man. Ethan's going to post a link in chat that will allow you to join the FF14 Discord server for our grand company. And if you make a character, make sure the last name is Stryker. And if you make a Lalafell, know this. If I see you doing some sussy fucking shit, like engaging in ERP, I will find you. In real life. And I think you know exactly what I was going to say if I didn't have YouTube breathing down my neck right now. To play it safe, you should probably not play a fucking Lalafell. That is my advice to you. Do not play a Lalafell. Just play it safe. Just don't. For my own not needing to find out whether or not you're a sussy weirdo, don't play a Lalafell. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Okay. I think I've gotten my point across here, because I'm serious, and I will literally, if I find out that you're playing a Lalafell and you're doing ERP, I will ban you both from my, from the Grand Company, from my community, from my Discord, and, block you on everything. If you play a Lalafell and I find out you're doing ERP, I will. They are child-coded, and it is pedophilia shit. It is. There's, a big discourse in the FF14 community about Lalafell players, and how a lot of them are predators, and a lot of them play Lalafells to get into ERP, and ERP communities, responsible ones, have to ban Lalafell players from, no Lalafells allowed in ERP, because they are just coded as children. And so it's just, yeah, it's something that the community, in large part, has had to enforce, and I'm going to be part of that enforcement. So yeah, if you play a Lalafell, understand that is going to limit you significantly in what kind of RP scenarios you're going to be allowed to do, and that includes my eye being on you, and I will full community ban you if I find out you're doing some sussy shit. For more reasons than one. I want to play it safe just because I don't want to deal with the blowback of having a pedo in my community, and also if I know there's somebody like Creepo in my community, I don't want them doing anything with any potentially underage people in my community, so, yeah. Back when I was doing Minecraft content, I had to deal with something like that, by the way. There was some dude in my community who was obsessed with a 13-year-old girl that watched my videos, and she came to me and was like, hey, this guy is, really creepy to me, and I messaged him, and I, reamed him out, and he blocked me. I banned him from my server and everything. He blocked me in response, and, it was just a whole thing, bro. I made a whole video about it, exposing him too. It's old. It's on the channel or somewhere. But yeah, it was just a whole fucking... It was the whole thing. It was back during my gaming content days. Because I had a smaller community, and it was just sort of hey, I should probably make a video about this type thing. But yeah, it was a whole thing. And I had to deal with that very early on. And I'm surprised I haven't had to deal with anything like that after blowing up. It's weird. even the game story paints non-Lalafels that are into Lalafels as fucking pedos, lol. Yeah, like, it's very explicit that Lalafels are child-coded. Like, the Sultana of what's her... I forget what her name is, but the Sultana of, Ulda, like, even though I'm pretty sure she's canonically supposed to be an adult, just based off of how she talks, it's very obvious that she's supposed to be a child, right? Like, the vibe you're supposed to get is as if this, like, child leader of a nation who's in over her head to a degree is giving a decree. Like, that's the vibe I get. And I think that's what the creators intended, and I don't think you're supposed to be, like, thirsting after the Lalafell, even from the creators' intent or perspective, right? And the Lalafell players are like, oh no, or Lalafell pedos, I should say, not the players. There are plenty of Lalafell players that are fine, but, like, the pedos who play Lalafell, they're like, yeah. Jesus, look at this. What is this? Yeah, like, see? These are Lalafell. They typically look something like this. Do not play a Lalafell and let me see you engaging in certain ERP or any ERP or certain RP scenarios. Like, if it's sussy RP, then that's going to get you probably. And if it's any ERP at all, that is going to get you. Even if it's with another Lalafell. Instaban. We're not standing for that. And Ethan will be on the lookout for it too, and he'll do all the same things. Like, he will make sure that all of this happens as well. He is the one who informed me on the Lalafell player issue in FF14, and, like, primed me, like, bro, make sure you don't have, like, you should probably know about this thing. And he showed me a video. I guess I should show you the video that Ethan showed me, I guess. We'll do this before I wrap up. FF14 chair drama. Yo, can I come on stream really quick? Absolutely, man. Call me. Yeah, just call me on Discord real quick, Ethan. Yo, wait, let me make sure it's capturing Discord real fast. Talk again. Oh, no, it's not. I have to switch to my game recording script, but that one doesn't... Oh. Ooh, what the fuck? Can I... Oh, one sec. One sec. Add... Audio application capture, Discord. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now you can talk, Ethan. Hello? Not yet, because I didn't switch to the right thing. Now? Where's Discord? Discord, there it is. Okay, now people can hear you. I got it fixed.
Okay, hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, I'm gonna lay some dick down real quick about this this company. So there are some hard rules in this, okay?
Alright.
This company was originally started whenever I joined the game, and my girlfriend and I, like, made it. I think she owns it, actually. Yeah, she does. And the other people in it, who are gonna be known as the, like, Soul Strikers, you're gonna see that in the Discord, are my close friends, okay? If you message those people, if you message my girlfriend, if you annoy them in any way when they don't want it, it's an insta-ban. Doesn't matter, okay?
Ethan will lay down the law.
Essentially, if you have anything you need to talk about, it comes to me. It comes to me specifically. Don't message anyone else about it. My girlfriend said she's willing to help out, but don't be a nuisance, right?
You should probably clarify they can message you sometimes.
They can message me.
Yeah, you made it sound like very... You worded it very harshly.
Yeah, it is harsh. Don't message anyone who isn't me. Essentially, of the existing guild members, the others, they are excited to have a lot of people join, but they don't want to deal with that, right?
Okay.
So seeing as I want to respect their time, don't message them unless it's me. Okay, so that's a hard rule. I want that to be known. Okay. Secondly, if you want to be able to be promoted in the company in any way, shape, or form, you gotta have Striker in your last name. Okay, that's just like our company theme. Everyone's last name is Striker. It's really funny. We're recognized for it. It's just what we do, right? Thirdly, if you play a Lullafell, it's like 50-50 on if I even let you in. I've met plenty of Lullafell players who are funny as fuck, but people are weird and I don't know you, right? Fourthly, we have downtime right now, so you're not able to make a character currently. So if you join the server, you're just going to be in the kind of in the recruitment chat. I want you to explain everything about yourself. If I don't like your vibes, you're fucking gone. If you act weird towards other people, if you're mean to other people, if you parse content and then shame people for bad numbers, you're gone. It's entirely like newcomer friendly. If you're
Only
a new
Ethan
player
gets
and
to do that.
only I get to do that.
Only me and Ethan.
If you are a new player, right, and someone in the guild fucks with you for being new, they're gone. Like just straight up, okay? We had a person actually earlier who went out of their way before Alex had even explained that we're opening this, reach out to one of my guild members and contact them through name search. That person is already preemptively banned. We have a blacklist. We'll be adding a bot very soon that basically links your account directly to your Discord account. So know that if you do any weird shit, you're fucking gone. Otherwise, the guild's super fun. We run a lot of content. I'm here to teach new players. I'm picking up crafting. We have a lot of crafters, and we're here to teach you guys. And just take your time. It's completely newcomer friendly. If anyone's cruel to you whatsoever, they're fucking gone. That easy.
We'll handle it. It's a very newcomer friendly game as well, because you literally have hundreds of hours of content pretty much. Like if you just decide to literally go like deep dick into this game like I have, and you just want to pick up every profession, job, like every class, you can. And you can literally spend hundreds of hours in a Realm Reborn, it seems like. Probably as much time as that, if you add Heaven's Word onto it, which comes with the free trial. Yeah, it's very much like, and there's no like, oh, you have to put in your card for the free trial, by the way.
Hold on, someone says it's not newcomer friendly if you can't talk to your guildmates. No, there are the original members of this guild before we're adding new people, which are a total of 8 people who do not want anything to do with like managing all of this. You can speak to them, but if you have a problem, don't DM them about it. They are not what that's for.
That's why I thought you should reword it, because you sounded like that, like no one's allowed to interact with them at all, is what you sounded like.
No, it is so easy as if you have a problem, you message me about it. All right? So don't bring it to their attention. Don't annoy them about it. Leave them alone, okay? Know that this is going from a small company of people who are just hanging out to a larger one, so I don't want them having to deal with a lot of people annoying. Anyways, Wild Banui, I would suggest running as fast as you can off of, like, the nearest, like, ledge. Anyways, essentially, don't be a dick to people, don't annoy people, don't harass anybody, and the reason I'm even saying any of this is because we are already dealing with this, as of now. Like before Alex had even announced announced this, we already had people who were coming out in, like, name search and annoying them.
I run my own FC and don't treat people like that. Not am I an asshole that insults someone because you're rude.
What?
Dog.
I'm saying don't harass my guildies. We already have dealt with harassment from this. That's why I'm coming in to clarify this. This is already a problem that I'm already fixing.
Ethan, something you have to know about my fans is that they're very prone to, like, you have to be so careful when you're like with a lefty audience about every word that you use. You have to like think 10 words ahead because they will misinterpret everything.
I'm gonna reword, okay? So exactly what has happened. Before Alex announced this, we had already planned about this, right? But we had people going out of their way to name search Alex's last name to find my other guildies, right? My guild originally was just a few friends. Got it? Right? So because we're making it bigger, I don't want to tell my friends who signed up for a smaller guild that is now their responsibility to deal with a large amount of people, right? Everyone follow? So, because they have already had a couple people DM them to harass them, I'm coming in to say very firmly, leave them the fuck alone. You can speak to them, they're excited to meet you all. Don't go out of your way to message them. If you aren't in the guild yet, don't DM them. That's not unreasonable. Anyways, if you didn't understand that, don't bother applying. It's that easy. Just don't be mean to people, pretty much. Be nice, respect other people, don't harass anyone if you're not in the guild yet.
Nice. Pretty simple rules. Just generally, when it comes to the, like, the smaller, like, basically, if you have any problems, don't go to anybody other than Ethan or anybody that Ethan designates as, like, a problem goer to. Like, obviously, you can go to me and I'll handle things too. But, like, it's a complicated situation because this company started out as just, like, a small group of friends hanging out, and now I'm a big YouTuber who's part of the friend group, bringing my fans in. So you guys are obviously, like, they're excited to have a lot of people, but at the same time, like, you know, it's the chill game that they hang out with. Yeah, Balth, I'll be playing with you as well. But
oh yeah, the server's Malboro.
Yeah, it's gonna be open to a lot of people. We're gonna have a big old group and everything. But the point that I'm trying to make is that try to be chill and try to be just chill, okay? Try to be chill and cool.
Just be nice. Server, the rules are incredibly lax, actually. When I was trying to write rules, I literally could not come up with anything other than don't be bigoted, don't stalk people, and don't shame people with third-party tools. That's the extent of our rules. What I'm saying is that if you're trying to get into the guild, I deal with that. No one else, okay?
Also, if Ethan gets pissed at you for something,
which
the
isn't
best
likely
thing
to
you
happen.
can do, which isn't likely to happen, but if you do something wrong and Ethan gets mad at you, go uwu mode, okay? Imitate the bottoms in website chat, okay? And go, like, I'm sorry, and, like, just be as sorry and apologetic as you can be. Because if you try to be defensive, that motherfucker will ban you, okay?
No,
do
that's
not,
not what...
No, listen, I'm just saying. If you do something wrong, do not be defensive.
Ignore Alex.
No. If you did something wrong, do not be defensive. Accept you did something wrong, apologize, and move on. Do not try to argue or debate Ethan. You'll be gone. He'll destroy you. He'll probably tell you. He'll say things to you that'll make you upset. So don't start that.
Ignore Alex. He's trying to piss me off. No, if we have a disagreement, you're completely fucking free to disagree with me. The only hard lines is don't harass other people, don't shame other people, and then if you're trying to get into the guild and if you message anyone who isn't me, that's not their responsibility and they don't want to deal with it, you are blacklisted. I think that's completely fair. They are not recruitment. They don't need to deal with random floods of messages as they already have. So people who have done that have already been added to a blacklist and you will not be allowed to join. I don't think that's too harsh. If you feel like that's too harsh, I'm glad it filtered you out.
Yeah. We're a pretty chill friend group. Although, like, we're just trying to lay down, like, the most important rule out of off the get-go, right?
Because pretty much, yeah.
It's an easy ask. Asked quite assertively, to be fair, but, like, you know, it's not something any of you are likely to have an issue with. It's pretty easy to just not, like, message random people about issues you have with other guildies. Like, deal with this, deal with that, because you have this role.
I mean, even if you are already in the guild and you talk to someone about the problem, that's not the issue. The issue is that we are having people who are not in the guild trying to DM people to get in. And if you are having a severe problem, try to bring it to me or another member of leadership. And if that person of leadership says, bring it to me, then you bring it to me, okay? Basically, don't be an ass, don't harass people. Simple as. Otherwise, no bigotry allowed. We will give you all the crafted gear you could ever want, that's what we do. And if you are a crafter and you're willing to contribute to that, that's another big thing for us. And yeah, that's all. That's just about it.
Epic. Alrighty then. I'm going to be wrapping up the stream now, so I guess I'll talk to you in a little bit, Ethan. But thank you for coming on and setting up the Discord stuff. Ethan just posted another link in chat. Join even if you don't have an account, because the game is free. And when I say there's a free trial, a lot of people think, oh, free trial, you have to, like, make an account and put in your, like, pay info, like your credit card or whatever, your debit card, whatever it may be, and then it's like, oh, you've got a free trial, but it's basically a ploy to make you pay in a month, right? Like, it sets you up to pay in a month, that kind of thing. That's not what FF14 does. That's not what FF14 does. FF14, it's literally make your account, boot up the game, and start playing, and there is an option there to pay to get, like, the proper, like, game upgrade to, like, the current content and unlock everything and get, like, your sub and stuff for, like, going beyond level 60. But the amount, like, literally hundreds of hours of content before you hit that wall where it's like, I should hit that button and pay for this. Like, you will get so much out of your no money's worth. Like...
To explain just how big it is, okay? It took me 560 hours of going somewhat fast to get through the free content, okay? Mind you, if you're really, really pushing just to get through it, you can get through it in way less. But it is such an enormous amount of time to do it that you will know whether or not you want to put money into the game.
If
know
you take
that
your
you
time
can't...
and enjoy the game, and like how you
Mm.
should, like really take your time, you can put 1,000 hours in just a Realm Reborn and Heavensward easily.
And also know that if you don't have a trial, you can't join a company, but that's fine. We will still let you be in the Discord and organized and whatnot. That's kind of expected. And the second you feel like, hey, I want to get a thing, we'll add you. And we plan to be adding like setting up our company chest to be just resource gathering for whatever we can. We're going to be trying to build a larger house and set it up for everybody and do little events. And I'm going to be setting up events where I can. I'm thinking of doing like a lottery for the guild. I think that'd be funny. Anyways.
We'll have bitches.
Anyways, I hope you guys have a good night, and I'm going to head off. Alex, I'll talk to you after.
All right, have a good night. Yeah, anyway, if you want to get mad bitches, then join my FF14 guild. That is all. Thank you all so much for watching today. You are amazing, you are awesome, you are epic, you are poggers. And with all of that said, I hope you all have a great day. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.